freely moving around the state or from coming from the districts to the city. And now we have also got the news, and we are showing live visuals and exclusive visuals how local Trinamool workers have clashed with BJP workers on this whole Nabanno Obhijan issue. We have also shown how Suvendu Adhikari, who is the leader of opposition in West Bengal, has been detained by the police. He's being taken away in the prison van. Before he tried to enter, he tried to march towards Nabanno, and in the midway he was stopped by Kolkata police, and along with him was also leaders like Rahul Sinha and Locket Chatterjee, who are also being taken away. So brutal visuals of clash among Trinamool Congress and BJP workers from the district of Mednipur, where previously also we saw such clashes happening. And now the issue of the clash is the whole Nabanno Obhijan, where BJP workers from Mednipur were trying to enter towards Kolkata. They were trying to travel to Kolkata. However, local Trinamool workers have stopped them. That's what we have seen. So we will be coming back with all these news, and we have more information, exclusive information about the Nabanno Obhijan.
And more breaking news. Breaking inputs here from the Delhi High Court. The Delhi High Court has thrown out Aam Aadmi Party's and Sisodia's proxy PIL seeking relief for liquor licensees and with the withdrawn excise policy. The petition wanted continuation of business by the scam-ridden liquor vendors. The court has termed the PIL as baseless and an abuse of the process of law, terms the allegations as vague and absurd. The High Court has dismissed a petition with a heavy fine of 1 lakh rupees to be paid within 30 days. And joining us now for more on this is Niranjan, our senior executive editor. Niranjan, well, coming to you on this major breaking story, the Delhi High Court throwing out the petition. Take us through this breaking development. Throwing out the petition in the Liquorgate scam of the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, it wasn't really the Aam Aadmi Party's petition in this particular case, Rukma. It was certainly a proxy petition. The Delhi High Court has thrown out the proxy PIL, which essentially sought relief for liquor licensees and has withdrawn the excise policy. Ridhamanand Bharadwaj, our legal editor, will also be joining us on the phone line now. She was just gathering the details, and she should be joining us live any second now. This petition basically wanted the continuation of business by scam-ridden liquor vendors. The court has termed the PIL as baseless and abuse of process of law. It's also termed the allegations as vague and absurd. The High Court has also dismissed the petition with a heavy fine of rupees 1 lakh to be paid within 30 days. So that's the breaking news update coming in. And this is a big setback, of course, to the petitioners, and also those who wanted the liquor licensees, they wanted the relief for these liquor licensees. They wanted a relief from the excise policies, and basically they wanted the continuation of business by the scam-ridden liquor vendors, and that PIL has been termed as baseless and abuse of process of law. And this, according to the critics, was made with the sole aim of diverting attention from the corruption in the excise scam, which is carried out by allegedly people in the government. And the petition, many experts feel, was frivolous, which also had the Lieutenant Governor as a respondent, and it had gone to the extent of praying that a direction be issued to the Lieutenant Governor to identify persons who are causing harassment to 186 liquor vendors. And the petitioner had also not named a single officer of the CBI or ED who had supposedly harassed a single liquor vendor, and based upon so-called press releases of statements, and also wanted a roving inquiry to be done by the court based upon vague and absurd allegations. Now, we'll try and go across to Ridhamanand Bharadwaj, who will be joining us on the phone line as well. She's joining us on the phone line now. I'm just going to get her. And through this petition, it was urged before the court that the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi has, and I'm just going to try to get you some more details. The petition had also urged that the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Sisodia, had certified that the investigating agencies have been harassing private liquor vendors, and such action of the central agencies have also caused monetary loss to the Kejriwal government. And further defending the controversial liquor policy of Kejriwal government, it was urged in court that people were earlier getting beer at a discounted price and Scotch whisky with an offer of buy one and get one free, etc. And it was stated that through the said policy, the Aam Aadmi Party government made it convenient to buy liquor for the people as spacious air-conditioned shops were located in various markets throughout Delhi. And of course, the liquor policy, which was turned out to be scandalous, was also defended in the petition based on the reasoning given by ministers in the Delhi government, etc. So these are some of the updates that we had. I'm handing it back to you for now. We'll come back with the details. Back to you for now.
So that's a breaking update coming in at this hour. The plea that sought relief for liquor licensees has now been dismissed by the High Court. In fact, the High Court there terming the PIL as baseless. That's the breaking news coming in with the Delhi High Court throwing out AAP's and Sisodia's proxy PIL that sought relief for the liquor licensees and the withdrawn excise policy. In fact, more details that are now coming in that the petition wanted continuation of business by the scam-ridden liquor vendors. The court has also termed the PIL as baseless and abusive process of law, terming the allegations as vague and absurd. HC has also dismissed the petition with a heavy fine of 1 lakh rupees that has to be paid within 30 days time. That's the news coming in. The HC they're dismissing the PIL that sought relief for the liquor licensees. A massive setback there coming in for the And these are onto a big news break that we are tracking from West Bengal. Massive showdown there as BJP continues to be up in arms. The protests coming, the visuals coming in right now of the clashes as well that have been reported in several parts of Bengal. In fact, just a short while back, we also got you visuals of how Suvendu Adhikari has been detained by the Bengal police. As you can see, the BJP workers, they're totally up in arms trying to cross over those barricades as well. So the visuals they're coming in right now. We'll try and go across to our Bangla newsroom as well to get us more details on coming in. Now, this is in relation to the to BJP's Nabana Abhijan march that they intended to carry out over corruption and the atrocities there in West Bengal. As you can see there, the water cannons being used to fire upon the protesters there. Water cannons being used, lathi charge being used by the Bengal police as the BJP continues to be up in arms. And that's the big political showdown that is taking place in Bengal at this point in time. We'll try and go across to Ishan as well to get us more details. But that's the news break coming in this hour. Dramatic visuals coming in of water cannons being used to disperse the crowd, but BJP there continuing up in ante against the Bengal government. Now this is in relation to the corruption charges that is facing several with several Bengal ministers under radar with regard to corruption allegations. And not just that the protest is also being staged over the atrocities as well. As you can see in those visuals, the presence of large number of protesters who've gathered to protest against the Bengal government. Remember, no permission has been granted by the Bengal police there, who have termed the protest march as illegal. We have Kishle also joining us to give more details. Kishle, we see that the protest is only getting, in fact, the protest there is only escalating from what it appears. Water cannons, they're being used to disperse the crowd there. All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Kishle, but as you can see, the visuals that are coming in right now of water cannons being used to disperse the BJP protesters there. Remember, a leader of opposition in West Bengal, Suvendu Adhikari, was detained just a short while back. He was trying to visit the Santragachi during BJP's protest march to the state secretariat. In fact, not just Suvendu Adhikari, BJP MP Lokit Chatterjee and party leader Rahul Sinha have also been detained by the West Bengal police. We have Kishle back with us. Kishle, over to you. Give us more updates. All right, we'll try and connect with Kishle again. But massive political showdown there in West Bengal. There, the visuals on your screens of the water cannons being used by the police there to disperse the protesters. In fact, the situation unfolding in West Bengal has become the biggest ever political face-off, as BJP has now taken to streets to protest over the corruption charges being faced by several TMC leaders. We have Kishle back with us. Kishle, over to you.
Right now, live visuals are coming from Howrah, very near to Nabanno, and we can see that how the police is using water cannons to stop BJP workers from entering towards Shatragachi. Dramatic live visuals coming directly from Howrah in Shatragachi, where police is trying to stop the protester BJP workers who were trying to march towards Nabanno. We have seen before this how BJP has been trying to enter towards Nabanno from various areas, and this is one of the area, Shatragachi area near Howrah, where BJP workers, a huge rally of BJP workers were trying to enter towards Nabanno. They were trying to march towards Nabanno, and Howrah police is using water cannons to disperse the crowd. They are using water cannons, dramatic visuals, water cannons towards BJP workers in Shatragachi, in Howrah, and the BJP workers are being stopped not only by barricades but by water cannons as well. Almost a battlefield there near Howrah, almost a battlefield there near Shatragachi area, quite close to Nabanno, the state secretariat here in West Bengal. The BJP has been taking different routes, and different rallies of BJP has been taking different routes towards Nabanno. Previously, we saw that Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition, had been stopped by the Kolkata police towards Hastings side, and he was being detained and taken away in the prison van. Now we can see dramatic visuals from Shatragachi area where they have been, the rally has been dispersed by the police using water cannons. A huge number of people, a huge number of BJP workers and protesters have gathered in Shatragachi who were trying to enter towards Nabanno, trying to march towards Nabanno, the state secretariat. However, live exclusive visuals only on Republic Network, where we can see water cannons are used widely across this whole rally towards the protesters to stop them from entering towards the state secretariat. This whole rally, this whole protest was about the atrocities that had been committed towards the BJP workers after the West Bengal assembly polls, and also the corruption that happened in the various scams, including the SSC scam, including the cattle scam and coal scam. Therefore, the BJP workers and leaders decided to march towards Nabanno, the state secretariat office of the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, in order to protest against all these. But Howrah police had previously denied permission to this rally. They did not give permission, and therefore now the police is using all methods to stop rallies from going towards Nabanno, getting any closer to Nabanno. Nabanno, which is very close to Shatragachi and even visible from certain areas of that part of the state, is quite close to this area. Therefore, these BJP protesters and workers, if they start to march more close towards Nabanno, there can be a security breach. Therefore, BJP workers, therefore the police is trying to stop this whole rally, the people, the BJP workers, from marching any forward, from marching any closer towards Nabanno, and they are using water cannons. We can see that the crowd is already dispersed. We can see that the BJP workers and protesters are being, we can see the police personnel taking away BJP workers. We can see that how BJP workers, BJP protesters are being taken away by the police personnel, by the security personnel in that area. So first of all, water cannon has been used in order to disperse the crowd, and now we can see that the police personnel are using lathis in order to stop the protesters, and now taking away all the protesters from that area and taking them away in prison vans. We saw previously Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition, who was trying to march towards Nabarno with a huge number of people. He was stopped. They were stopped, and there was a barricade. And then he was being taken away in a prison van. There, Suvendu Adhikari spoke to the media. He spoke to Republic, and he said that Mamata Banerjee is afraid. Therefore, she has arranged so much security. Therefore, she has arranged so much of police personnel to stop BJP. Therefore, he said that Mamata Banerjee is afraid. The state government is afraid, and he also said that this is the way that the leader of opposition is being dealt with, is being treated in West Bengal, and that West Bengal, we can see live visuals, a huge number of BJP workers running towards the barricades, running towards Nabarno. Live visuals, live coverage only on Republic, and 360-degree coverage of this whole BJP Nabarno Abhijan. And we can see how a huge number of BJP protesters are running towards the barricades, and previously water cannons were being used. We can see police personnel trying to stop them. This is the police personnel. These are the police personnel trying to stop all the BJP workers. They are all fully equipped with all kind of sticks and helmets and gears that they need to stop all these BJP workers. So they were all well prepared before they reached that area, and BJP workers running away from the police from the barricade. And we can see that our reporter is there at the spot, showing us the whole coverage, showing us the whole area, and we are trying to understand that whether these people are marching towards Nabarno or marching away from Nabarno. We are also getting exclusive visuals of this whole area, which is being covered by barricade, so that no one can get any closer to Nabarno. However, the police personnel had to use water cannons in order to stop the whole rally of BJP protesters and BJP workers who had come from the different districts. Also, in an unprecedented way, we saw how BJP workers had been stopped in different districts from boarding the trains from their district towards the city. This is unprecedented because previously no political party, no political workers had been stopped from moving freely within the state. Police was trying to stop BJP workers in Borakor, in other areas like Shantiniketan, in Bolpur, in North 24 Parganas, in other areas as well, from boarding trains. And there was a clash as well between BJP and TMC in some areas of West Bengal. And now dramatic live visuals coming directly from West Bengal, and Republic Bangla, Republic Network leading the whole coverage of BJP Nabarno Cholo Abhijan. And we can see how the police personnel are trying to sanitize the area by using water cannons. And also we can see smoke. We can see smoke. That's tear gas probably. That's tear gas probably. We can see smoke in that area as well. So no methods left by the police. All of the possible equipments, all of the possible things that they could use are being used. We can see leaders are being detained. Leaders are being taken away, escorted away by the police personnel, and they are being taken away in prison vans and towards different areas away from Nabarno. We can see tear gas, we can see water cannons, we can see lathi charge, sticks, we can see police using other methods. All out the police has gone in order to stop this Nabarno Abhijan of BJP. That's what we are watching live on Republic and Republic Bangla and Republic Network leading this coverage of this whole Nabarno Abhijan of BJP, which is mainly directed towards all the atrocities that had been committed. This is protest against all the atrocities that had been committed against BJP workers in West Bengal after the assembly elections, and also the different scams and corruptions that happened, including the teachers recruitment scam, including the coal scam, including the cattle smuggling scam, and all these are being protested by the BJP workers. We can also see live visuals of how a number of BJP workers are right now there, protesters are right now there, and police have there's a presence of police personnel as well, and use of tear gas. We can see there's a smoke in that area. The police is using tear gas. That's a live visual there, and we can see BJP workers falling down sick, and police personnel around them resorting to lathi charge, resorting to all kinds of methods that they can use, including water cannons, including tear gas, including lathi charge, and everything that they could use in order to stop this whole rally from entering Nabanno, from entering the way towards Nabanno. So no way BJP could, any BJP rally, any BJP workers could enter Nabanno. That's what the police wants to ensure, and we can see how they are going all the way out in this towards that. We can see a leader being escorted away by police personnel wearing a helmet and fully geared up for this particular protest rally. Suvendu Adhikari previously also said that Mamata Banerjee is like Kim Jong-un. That's what he said, quote unquote. Therefore, he's trying to indicate that a dictatorship is happening in West Bengal. Back to the studio.
Yes. Kishle, stay with us. If you could talk to us more about the situation unfolding. We see these dramatic visuals from Howrah, but if you could give us more details as to any such situation unfolding in other areas as well, where tear gas shells are being fired, lathi charge is being done by the Bengal police, as well as water cannons that are being used that are being used in Howrah.
Live visuals from the epicenter of this whole protest rally. Dramatic live visuals. We can see exclusive visuals from the protest area and how BJP workers are being detained, are being taken away.
All right, we'll try and go across to Kishle again, but as you can see, big showdown there unfolding in West Bengal, and several such scenes being seen not just in Howrah but in several parts of West Bengal. You can see there the police presence in large numbers, how they are trying to stop the protesters from marching ahead. In fact, water cannons being used, tear gas shells being fired. The visuals on your screens of the tear gas shells being fired at the BJP workers as they continue to protest. The corruption that several TMC leaders are facing at this point, and not just corruption, this protest is also being staged over the atrocities that are being inflicted upon several leaders, is what we are given to understand. But a massive showdown there that is unfolding, unprecedented scenes being seen not just in Howrah but in several places across West Bengal. Tear gas shells being fired upon these protesters, water cannons being used, as well as lathi charge being done there by the Bengal police. So the police deployment in large numbers as BJP workers who have gathered in large numbers to protest against the Bengal government. In fact, that is the aerial view on your screens of the protest taking place in Howrah at this point, where you can see the people there, the protesters who have gathered in large numbers, thousands of BJP workers there who are staging a protest against the Bengal government. And we'll go across to our reporters as well, but that is in fact the live visual that is coming in right now. The visuals coming in from Howrah at this point as the situation remains tense. Big political showdown, as you can see in the visuals, several of the BJP workers who are being detained by the Bengal police there after those tear gas shells were fired and water cannons that were also used on these protesters. And Kishle joining us live from that very location where the protests are taking place. Kishle, over to you. Well, not Kishle, we have Ishan Dev also joining us from that very location where tear gas shells were fired and water cannons were also used. Kishle, over to you. Ishan, over to you. Give us more details.
Standing in front of the Howrah court. At one side there is the Howrah court and at the other side there is the Howrah Municipal Corporation, and you can see the state BJP President Shukanto Mojumdar is now delivering his speech from a stage. A stage has been built here, a makeshift stage has been built here for the Nabanno Abhiyan march led by Suvendu has been successful in entering the Howrah city. And you know that the procession which was led by Suvendu Adhikari, the opposition leader, that started from Shatragachi area, that procession was not successful to even march an inch ahead, because before the procession starts, police has taken Suvendu Adhikari into prison van, Locket Chatterjee into prison van, Rahul Sinha into prison van. But Suvendu Majumdar, who was about to start his rally from Howrah Maidan, he changed his plan a little bit and started his rally from Howrah railway station itself. So Suvendu Majumdar, along with other BJP leaders like Jyotirmoy Mahato, he is the General Secretary and MP, Agnimitra Paul, she is also General Secretary and MLA, and other leaders, he started his rally, his march towards Navanno from Howrah railway station itself. Police was not able to stop his rally. They crossed a flyover, they sneaked into, they entered into the Howrah city, and now at this moment they are holding a rally in front of the Howrah Court, Howrah Municipal Corporation, and this is to some extent a success story for this BJP's program, because police and administration was not willing to let the BJP leadership march even an inch ahead towards Navanno. But Suvendu Majumdar's rally has entered Howrah city, and now you can see that he, along with other state BJP leaders, he is holding a rally, he is delivering his speech from here in front of Howrah Court. From this location, Suvendu Majumdar will lead this rally, will try to lead this rally, I should rather say, towards Navanno. But I request Wasim Ahmed, my BJ, to show that how many people have heard from the streets and the stage around this dais on which Suvendu Majumdar is delivering his speech. Wasim bhai, please dikhaiye. How many people have gathered? To which extent this crowd has been extended? So, BJP will lead this rally from here towards Navanno, and you can see on the stage.
শান্তিপূর্ণ গণতান্ত্রিক ভাবে আমরা সামনের দিকে এগিয়ে যাব।
Not only Suvendu Majumdar, but Shamik Bhattacharya, the chief spokesperson of state BJP, Jyotirmoy Mahato, the Purulia MP, Sanjay Singh, a very veteran leader, Lakshman Murui, the Durgapur MLA, Anup Saha, the MLA from Dubrajpur, which is the district of Anubrata Mandal, Birbhum. All are present there on the stage, and they are waiting for the commander's command.
ভারতীয় জনতা পার্টি সবে তো খেলতে নেমেছে, আপনারা বলতেন খেলা হবে খেলা হবে, খেলা এক পক্ষে হয় না।
So the live visuals coming in right now from Howrah, as you can see, tear gas shells that were fired upon, water cannons that were used on the BJP workers who've gathered in large numbers to protest corruption and atrocities in West Bengal. These are the live visuals that are coming in right now from Howrah of the lathi charge that has also been inflicted, that has happened by the Bengal police. The visuals right now of the tear gas shells that were fired upon in Howrah, and these are scenes that are being seen across Bengal, where BJP workers have gathered in huge number to protest against the TMC government. So big political showdown that is unfolding in West Bengal, and BJP workers there who continue to be up in arms. Remember, several BJP leaders, including the likes of Suvendu Adhikari as well as Locket Chatterjee, who've also been detained as they continue to stage a protest, with the Bengal police having termed these protests as illegal and haven't granted really a permission per se for the protest to be carried out. But BJP workers there who've gathered, of course, in large numbers from all corners to protest the corruption as well as atrocities that have been taking place in the state of West Bengal.
ব্যারিকেডের ওপর উঠে বিজেপি নেতা কর্মীরা অন্তত এটাকে একটা জঙ্গি আন্দোলনের রূপ দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করছে। তারা চেষ্টা করছেন যে নবান্ন যেদিকে তাদের যাওয়ার কথা ছিল সেদিকে যাতে যাওয়া যায়।
So Suvendu Adhikari, Locket Chatterjee, who've also been detained on their way to BJP's protest march. They were trying to protest. They were trying to march towards the state secretariat Nabanna just a short while back, after which they were detained by the police forces there. As you can see, the presence of the police in large numbers to protest to stop the BJP from staging a protest. Hundreds of thousands of BJP workers, from what it appears, have gathered in large numbers. Dramatic visuals coming to light from West Bengal, and this particular visual coming in from Howrah, where the workers have gathered in large numbers. Just a short while back, the police also detained BJP leaders, including leader of opposition Suvendu Adhikari, Rahul Sinha, and BJP MP Loket Chatterjee as well. We have Ishandev live with us. Ishandev, if you could talk to us more about the BJP leaders who have also been detained by the Bengal police as they try to stage protest and try to march towards Nabanna.
Yes, as I was telling you that the BJP leadership has planned 3 processions, and one from this Howrah Maidan, another from Satragachi, and the other from College Square. So you have already seen that Suvendu Adhikari, who was about to procession from Satragachi area, has been taken into the prison van, and Satragachi rally, Satragachi march that has been obstructed by the police possibly there. Other processions which are yet to march towards Nabanna. One is this one where I am standing here in Shukanto Majumdar. He has started this rally from Howrah station, and I would like to show you that the crowd which has gathered around this dais of Shukanto Majumdar. Shukanto Majumdar has started his rally. From Howrah railway station. He has entered Howrah city. And now, after completion of the street corner here in front of the Howrah court, Shukanto Majumdar is now about to lead the rally towards Nabanna further. So, at the first phase of this rally, Shukanto Majumdar was somewhat successful because his procession, his march has entered at least the Howrah city and in front of the Howrah court for half an hour. They held a meeting here. And now with this huge crowd, Shukanto Majumdar and others are trying to move forward towards Nabanna. So, a showdown is apprehended here. As you know, the Bengal police and administration is determined to stop this procession, determined is to stop this rally from marching ahead towards Nabanna as
Viewers, it's the big BJP Nabanna Abhiyan rally, and we're getting you every detail from West Bengal. Dramatic scenes unfolding in front of your screens. You can see that very clearly. Many updates coming in. Suvendu Adhikari has been detained, and we can tell you that many people have gathered in large numbers. It's a rally in protest against the alleged corrupt practices of the Mamata Banerjee-led government. And the West Bengal police has denied permission for the Saffron Party's march to the state secretariat.
এগিয়ে যাচ্ছে আপনারা মিছিলে পা পায়ে পা মিলিয়ে এগিয়ে চলুন পেছনে যারা রয়েছে সবাই মিছিলে সামিল হন আমাদের মিছিল সামনের দিকে এগিয়ে চলেছে মোবাইল হারিয়ে গেছে যদি কোনো কার্যকর্তা মোবাইল পেয়ে যাবেন আমাদের স্টেজে এসে জমা দিয়ে যান
All right, viewers, you can hear those sounds we're getting from Howrah in West Bengal. The police have used water cannons. Mega showdown in Kolkata as water cannons are being deployed against the protest there to the West Bengal State Secretariat in Nabonno. And we are getting you every update from multiple angles. We have the biggest live coverage on Republic. Our team, Republic Bangla, is getting you every detail. Now, Suvendu Adhikari has been detained from the police training school there, and Sukanto Majumdar's rally is right now going on at Howrah Maidan. Dilip Ghosh's rally is moving on to College Square. 19 points area has been tightly barricaded, and a total of 4,000 personnel, including those from the Kolkata police, the Howrah police, and the district police have been deployed. The traffic has also been halted on Howrah Bridge. Traffic movement has been halted by police on Howrah Bridge in Kolkata in view of BJP's Nabando Chalo March. Visuals on the screen of also some of the details that we're getting as well, that some clashes were also reported in East Midnapur. All right, I'm being joined by Kishalay. Kishalay, take us through what is happening right now. You're at the epicenter of the protest. What are the latest details, and give us a sense of what's happening on ground?
Live visuals from Shatrakachi in Howrah on Republic Network, and we can see that how the BJP workers and BJP protesters have been pushed back by the police in Shatrakachi by using water cannons. They have also used tear gas, water cannons, and also lathi charge as well. So therefore we can see the top visual. We can see the BJP workers assembled at one side of the barricade, and on the other side there are security personnel who are trying to stop the BJP workers from entering and from marching towards Nabonno. There are live visuals that we are showing 360-degree coverage of this whole Nabonno Chalo Abhijan of BJP, and exclusive visuals as well. We saw that how since morning there was clashes between police forces and BJP in various districts, and now we can see how they are pelting stones from the rally towards the police, and on the other hand the police is using water cannons in order to stop the BJP workers from marching towards Nabonno. We can see with our live cameras, multiple cameras, multi-angles of this whole protest rally that's happening, and this Shatrakachi area, Howrah area is very close to Nabonno, and this huge protest rally was marching towards Nabonno, the state secretariat where the office of the chief minister is, and right at that place the Howrah police stopped this whole rally by using a barricade and started using water cannons in order to disperse the crowd, in order to disperse the whole rally, and also we saw smoke coming out in that area, and police using tear gas in order to disperse the crowd as well. These are the BJP workers who were trying to march towards Nabonno. This huge rally, we can see BJP workers with BJP flags are marching towards Nabonno, and then there was a police lathi charge, and we can see how BJP workers are running in the face of the lathi charge. Heavy deployment of police have been there in this whole area, and we can see that how also leaders like Shomik Bhattacharya and other leaders are marching, and Sukanto Majumdar live on our frame. Sukanto Majumdar, state president of BJP, is marching towards Nabonno, is marching with the huge rally behind him, and also along with him is Shomik Bhattacharya, the chief spokesperson of BJP. However, near the Shatrakachi area in Howrah, the whole rally was stopped by the police, and it was almost like a battlefield, and we can see injured protesters as well. Sukanto Majumdar on our frame, exclusively on Republic. We are showing how the whole area turned a battlefield. Still, Sukanto Majumdar, the state president of BJP, is still trying to walk towards Nabonno, march towards Nabonno, as was declared earlier. We can see also BJP workers and protesters being taken away by the police personnel who have been deployed there. Previously, Suvendu Adhikari, he was being taken away by the police in a PCR van, in a prison van from near the area called PTS, which is very close to Nabanno as well. It's just near the Howrah bridge, which Suvendu Adhikari was trying to take in order to reach Nabanno. We can see how tear gas was used in that area, and the whole area is filled with smoke, along with the BJP workers trying to avoid the smoke, walking away, running away from the smoke. Police used also water cannons in order to disperse the crowd. This whole rally was in protest against all the corruptions that's happening in West Bengal, the scams that's happening in West Bengal, including the SSC scam, including the cattle smuggling scam, including the coal scam. And BJP also wanted to protest against the atrocities against the BJP workers after the assembly elections. So all these issues were there. BJP was trying to protest against that, but the police department was prepared to stop this whole thing. We can see how water cannons and how tear gas was used in order to stop this whole rally from marching towards Nabanno, the state secretariat. We also saw Suvendu Adhikari. He was stopped at PTS. He was taken away in the prison van, and while going, Suvendu Adhikari sharply attacked the state leadership of Trinamool Congress and Mamata Banerjee as well. Shukanto Mojumdar still now rallying, still now in the rally, still now protesting against the state government. He's still now marching, and he has not been taken away as of yet. We can see an injured protester on the screen, an injured BJP worker near Shatragachi. After the water cannon was used on them, after tear gas was used on them, we can see that different BJP workers are injured, and we can see one of those injured BJP workers lying down on the streets of Howrah, trying to cover his face, probably from the tear gas that has been fired in that area, and he's just lying down, no one to attend for him, because the whole rally has been stopped quite away from that particular area. But still there are some BJP workers away from that area. Two windows we are showing biggest coverage of this whole BJP protest rally in Kolkata and West Bengal. Both in both the windows we can see injured BJP workers. In one window, right hand side, we can also see tear gas being thrown, being shot at the BJP rally by the police department, and we can see BJP workers with the flag still trying to march against towards Nabanno, against all the issues that they have raised. Also, since morning we saw that how BJP workers were stopped from boarding trains towards Kolkata, which, as I was saying, is unprecedented, because we did not see previously that political workers are stopped from taking trains or buses. Free movement has been stopped, and then we are seeing now exclusive visuals of tear gas being fired and also injured BJP workers lying down on the streets of Howrah. And on the other hand, a huge deployment of police force, a huge deployment of security personnel in order to stop this rally from entering towards Nabanno. This is a visual exclusively on Republic. We can see a person lying down on the street in a condition which is quite despicable, I must say, because he's clearly struggling to breathe. He's clearly injured, and there are police personnel around him. He's not being attended. That's what we can see. He's not being taken away by any ambulance or any doctors, or any medical team is not present there. BJP workers lying on the street injured, and on the other hand, police personnel are standing very close to him. Far away, we can also see BJP workers trying to hurl stones, trying to pelt stones towards the police personnel. So it's quite a battlefield we can see in West Bengal, in Howrah, in Shatragachi, in all the areas around Nabanno. The police tried this. We can see the lathi charge happening live on Republic, 360-degree coverage, the biggest coverage of this whole protest rally, and we can see lathi charge tear gas, and water cannons. These three weapons being used, these three methods being used by the police. We can see a person lying down, injured on the street, and police resorting to lathi charge on them, on these people, and on the injured as well. And we can see how the water cannons and tear gas is being used against the protesters. This whole area is quite a battlefield now, and apart from that, fully geared up police personnel. We can see the injured person lying down with all clothes torn apart, and police personnel fully geared up has covered that area. We could also see that how stone was pelted from the rally towards the police deployment. So stone pelting from the rally. On the other hand, water cannons and tear gas from the police side. This is happening in West Bengal right now, I should say, and this is happening in Howrah, which is where Nabanno, the state secretariat, is located. Howrah is quite a battlefield now, and we can see BJP workers trying to run away from that area, and some are lying injured, very injured on the streets, and police lathi charge is continuing in that whole area. Also, Suvendu Adhikari clearly attacked Mamata Banerjee's government, saying that she's working like Kim Jong-un, the dictator of North Korea. So that's what he said, quote unquote. We are not saying this. Suvendu Adhikari tried to compare Mamata Banerjee's rule with the dictatorial rule at North Korea, and therefore then we could see these whole visuals of police personnel trying to go all the way out in order to stop these rallies. BJP is saying that our rally was peaceful. So we have Ishan live with us, probably with Shukanto. Ishan, it's over to you. What are you seeing? Where are you right now? Ishan. Smoke. I'm being told that Ishan Deb is with us. Ishan Deb, where are you right now, and what's unfolding in your location right now? We can see smoke and tear gas all around that area in Howrah. So right now, a battlefield unfolding in West Bengal, Howrah. We will be getting back to Ishan, but before that, just describing the whole situation, we can also see Suvendu, Republic's representative there, trying to show how stone was being pelted towards the police, and those pieces of stone lying on the road there. So allegation of stone pelting from the rally, and then also we saw how water cannons and tear gas was used against the BJP workers, against the rally by the police. Whether the police have gone overboard is a question that the political parties are asking, especially BJP. Whether the whole situation could be handled in a better way, whether a water cannon was used, and whether it was used properly, because we saw protesters lying injured on the floor, on the ground, and then lathi charge was happening on them, and then tear gas was being fired. So whether proper protocol was being used by the police is also a question that BJP is asking, and how Suvendu Adhikari previously said that Mamata Banerjee is acting like a dictator, and that he said that all of you can see how the opposition is being treated in West Bengal. We can see those visuals live on Republic right now. A protester is lying on the floor injured, and then lathi charge on him, and also the whole area is quite a battlefield, as you can see. a huge number of people, huge crowd of BJP workers assembled in Howrah, in Shatragachi. On the other hand, a huge deployment of police personnel on the other side and use of water cannons and tear gas in order to disperse the whole crowd. That's what is happening in Howrah, in West Bengal, very close to the state secretariat, very close to the Nabanno building where Mamata Banerjee has her office, and we can see live visuals of smoke. And what smoke is this? This is tear gas. This gas is being used by the police in order to disperse the whole crowd that's assembled. And all the people in green we see are people from press media who are at one side. On the other side are the protesters, and on the back are the police personnel trying to disperse the crowd using water cannons, using tear gas, and resorting to lathi charge, using lathi even on people who are injured right now. That's the exclusive visual that's playing on Republic. Previously we saw from Borakor, from Shantiniketan, from Bolpur, from Rampurhat, from North 24 Parganas, people were trying to take trains, board trains in order to come to Kolkata. We can see Shukanto Mojumdar in a rally raising slogans. On the other hand, we can see the battlefield of Howrah as people are saying, as we can see stone pelting happening, tear gas flying, and also water cannons being used. So previously we saw that BJP workers were denied from boarding trains, and they were detained before they could board trains. That's unprecedented. And now we can see peaceful rallies which were marching towards Nabanno has been hit with water cannons and with tear gas and lathi charge happening widely. We can see women protesters as well on in that area, and also men who are trying to flee in front of the water cannon that's being used. That's the water cannon being used on the BJP workers. Water cannons with full force and multiple numbers of water cannons being used on the BJP workers on the street of Howrah. Howrah, as I already said, is almost like a battlefield now, and that's what we are seeing unfolding, scenes unfolding in West Bengal, in Howrah. And clearly there's no words from the state government or the TMC right now, as BJP is hurling attacks one by one, back to back, including Shukanto Mojumdar, including Suvendu Adhikari, including Loket Chatterjee, including Dilip Ghosh, all of them marching towards Nabanno. Many of them already detained. Many of them have, like Suvendu Adhikari and Loket, are right now in Lalbajar police headquarters, detained by the police, and they were just trying to march towards Nabanno. So they are asking, why have we been detained? Previously, the Howrah police stopped and denied permission for this rally. Therefore, the police personnel are saying that this is something illegal. This whole rally is illegal because there was no permission. However, BJP is asking that whether taking out democratic rallies against scams and corruptions is something that is illegal in West Bengal, and whether West Bengal is at all democratic or not. Force is being used widely, as we can see on screen, very much visible force being used widely against BJP workers and protesters. BJP protesters being beaten up on the road, even the ones who are injured. And that's the building we can see.
এই মুহূর্তে তুমি প্রেমে নজর রাখো, জল কামান, পুলিশের জল কামান বেপরোয়া চলছে হাওড়া ময়দানে। বেপরোয়া জল কামান চলছে, এক ব্যক্তি অসুস্থ হয়ে পড়েছেন জল কামানের আঘাতে। দেখাবো বিজেপি কর্মী মাথায় ঘাড়ে আঘাত পেয়েছেন জল কামানের আঘাতে।
So we can see that women protesters were being injured as well. Women protesters and BJP leaders speaking to our assistant editor Ishan Dev and trying to say how they were stopped and beaten. We can see an injured protester on the road. We can see clearly the pain in his face in front of the water cannon. All of them are wet fully by the use of water cannon. On the other hand, we can see police personnel and also the BJP workers on the other hand. So face to face, BJP and BJP workers and the police personnel face to face in that rally where the police is trying to stop the rally. Also, since morning, we saw different locations and districts in West Bengal. In West Bengal, there have been instances of clashes between Trinamool and BJP. And also there are instances of clashes between the police and BJP in the districts as well, in North Bengal as well. All of them alleging that the police was trying to stop them from entering Kolkata for this rally. That's the water cannon that we can see. And also BJP chief spokesperson and
All right, viewers, we're getting you all the top updates at this point of time. Dilip Ghosh is marching on, and what we can also tell you that brutal force has been used on protesters in Howrah. The police have used brutal force on protesters in Howrah, leaving multiple people injured. Visuals of that on your screen. Shocking use of force by the police there. And the BJP is clearly saying that this is Bengal's rising against Mamata Banerjee and her family's unbridled loot of the state's resources. And the BJP continues to say that they are leading in what has become people's movement to oust Mamata Banerjee and her regime in Bengal. So this is the comment by IT cell head of the BJP, Amit Malviya, and we are getting you all those updates right now on Republic TV. And we can also tell you is that water cannons are being used, but the BJP's Nabonno march continues, viewers. Tear gas, water cannons, lathi charge are being used there in West Bengal as BJP continues to take out massive protests against the Mamata government and the TMC. So visuals of that on your screen. We are getting you all the updates, and Republic Bangla is leading the footage there from West Bengal. In fact, multiple cameras all over West Bengal, Howrah and Kolkata are bringing you all the top updates. And we can also tell you is that this is a major rally. In fact, there are multiple major rallies which are being carried out from Howrah Ground, College Square, and also the Santragachi area under the leadership of Sukanto Majumdar, Dilip Ghosh, and Suvendu Adhikari. So all these leaders are taking out multiple marches in West Bengal and Kolkata areas. We can tell you those that detail as well, and we can see that it is in fact a huge rally taking place. We're getting you all the updates right now, exclusive images coming on Republic TV as the police also are beating up the BJP workers with lathis. Remember that BJP is taking out its Nabonno March, a rally which is in protest against the alleged corrupt practices of the Mamata government. It is led by senior leaders, including the state party president Sukanto Majumdar, leader of opposition in West Bengal, Assembly Suvendu Adhikari, Union Minister of State Subhash Sarkar, Shantanu Thakur, MP SS Ahluwalia as well. Let's go and see what's happening on ground. Kishale is getting us more.
Exclusive visuals and dramatic visuals from Howrah as we see our senior editor Moyuk Ranjan Ghosh as well on the spot, and we can see live visuals of tear gas. This is live and breaking. This is dramatic, and we can see live visuals of tear gas being thrown at all the BJP workers just near the Howrah Bridge. That's the Howrah Bridge we can see at the top. Howrah Bridge, and below the Howrah Bridge we can see BJP protesters, BJP workers assembled and gathered, and tear gas being used, and also water cannon being used on the BJP workers in Howrah Bridge. That's quite a dramatic visual and battlefield, I must say. This whole area has turned into, we can see lathi charge, police resorting to lathi charge as well. This whole area of Howrah and Santragachi has been turned into a battlefield. That's what everyone is saying. We can see how force is being used at every corner of this whole rally that was being arranged by the principal opposition party here in West Bengal. That is the BJP. Therefore, it's very clear that the administration, the police is not ready to hear any voice of discontent, and therefore this protest rally is being stopped at any cost. That's what the opposition party is saying. That's what the BJP is saying. That's what Suvendu Adhikari just said, and also Shukanto Mojumdar. The biggest rally in West Bengal by BJP, and rally starting from all the districts which were directed towards the Nabanno, the state secretariat, where the chief minister sits, is now being stopped by the police using force as much as they can, and we can see water cannon and barricades being used against the BJP workers who are trying to walk towards Nabanno from Howrah, from Shatragachi area. The BJP workers are trying to break the barricade by using their force. They are trying to shake the barricade, but still water cannons, multiple numbers of water cannons are being used by the BJP, by the police. And we also have Anirban, our senior editor Anirban, live from the spot, and we are seeing visuals. Anirban, if you can hear me, what's the situation right now there, where you are right now? It's very dramatic and a battlefield, I must say.
As you can see, the stole pelting has already been started. The stole pelting has already been started, Shuvangi. You can see that, and police is also lathi charging. I will request my video journalist Alida to show the visuals that police is already lathi charging and trying to control this mob. Already the stone pelting has been started. Alida, please show the visuals there. Over there, the BJP supporters are actually have taken to the street. Actually taken to the streets, and they are pelting stones. I can smell some gas. Don't know whether police has started charging gas.
We can see fully geared up police personnel at one side. On the other side, the BJP protesters with flags and festoons and whatever they were carrying. The police personnel is clearly geared up with all the equipments that they could use in order to stop this rally. They are with helmets and with vests which will protect them from the protesters and the police personnel with all the sticks and water cannons as well, and the tear gas guns with them, trying to stop BJP workers, BJP protesters from marching towards Nabanno. We have multiple reporters on ground. The biggest ever coverage of this whole rally in the country happening on your screen in Republic. The biggest coverage on Republic of BJP's Nabanno Chalo Abhijan in West Bengal. Nabanno is the state secretariat in West Bengal, where Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee sits, and she has her office, and BJP was trying to arrange a protest march towards Nabanno in order to protest against all the scams in West Bengal that has happened. We have seen in last few days, last few months. But what has happened after that, we can see on our screen. The result of that is this: the police personnel, huge deployment of police against the BJP protesters, against the BJP workers, and all the BJP workers are being stopped by using a large number of water cannons and tear gas and lathi charge. Geared up police personnel are seen beating injured BJP workers who are lying on the ground as well. That's what we saw on screen a few minutes back. Lathi charge on BJP workers lying down on the screen. We can see a woman injured. A woman clearly injured, holding her head, probably got hurt in her head. This elderly woman got injured and holding her head in order to stop the injury, and she's crying. Therefore, the protesters, the opposition is calling this police atrocity against the opposition. That's what the opposition is calling this. BJP is calling this as an open atrocity against opposition, against any voice of dissent in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee has also been called as Kim Jong-un, the dictator, by Suvendu Adhikari before he was taken away in a prison van by Kolkata police. the BJP is saying that they have never seen such a use of force, huge use of force before this on a very peaceful protest that was happening. BJP is saying that this is a very peaceful protest that was happening, and now we can see injured BJP workers, elderly women and men lying down on the floor everywhere, on the ground everywhere in Howrah. And we saw just nearby the Howrah Bridge, the landmark Howrah Bridge. There we saw how the whole area has turned into a battlefield where BJP protesters are being stopped by using full force water cannons. We are being told more than 10 water cannons are being used in order to disperse this whole rally. And the rally is being not only stopped by the police by using water cannons, but also the protesters are beaten up by using lathi charge by the police who are present there, who are fully geared up. Democracy is in danger. That's what BJP is saying. BJP is saying democracy is in danger in West Bengal. Suvendu Adhikari just said that democracy in West Bengal has been completely broken and fully dictatorial regime is running in West Bengal. That's what the opposition is saying. And the visuals on your screen, viewers, right now, we can see how the whole area of Howrah and Shatragachi, which is close by to Nabanno, the area where Nabanno is, has turned into a battlefield with people injured, lying down on the ground here and there, intermittently, and with huge deployment of force, fully geared up, dressed up, with helmets, with sticks, boots, and everything that they could use in order to stop this whole protest rally. The opposition is saying that they have never seen a huge deployment of force and use of force like this. A total chaos in Howrah, scene of total chaos and disorder in Howrah, and multiple angles we are showing to the viewers. Dear viewers, this is the biggest coverage that you could see of this whole Nabanno Chalo Abhijan, and the most number of cameras, the most number of personnel, the most number of reporters and journalists on your screen. And we can see how Shukanto Mojumdar also in the rally, who is being right now there in Howrah, who is also being lathi charged and water cannon hurled towards him. And also we can see the huge crowd, huge number of protesters still trying to walk towards Nabanno. However, the whole area has been barricaded. The whole area has been barricaded, and use of full force by the police department and by the administration. We also have information about Shapon Dashgupta, a senior BJP leader, is also injured in this whole situation where he tried to protest against the state government. The white dressed police force is from Howrah Police Commissionerate. They are lathi charging, using lathi. We can see that there on the screen. Lathi against the BJP workers, sticks. BJP workers, protesters being beaten up by sticks, using sticks. And also we can see how the whole area is being cordoned off by guardrails. We can see this person wearing a black t-shirt on the ground, injured. Police is trying to hold him now, but previously lathi charge, and then this person got injured. And before that we saw how the whole area was being cordoned off by barricades, and then water cannons, multiple number of water cannons. We are being told more than 10 number of water cannons in that particular area of Howrah being used against the BJP protesters. They just wanted to protest against the scams that happened in West Bengal, that unfolded in West Bengal, but that turned into a battlefield, and now protesters are throwing stones, stone pelting happening towards the police, and on the other hand, the police personnel trying to disperse the crowd using water cannons, using tear gas, and using lathi charge. Therefore, allegations by BJP against the police department of using brutal force, and the police is charging the BJP workers of throwing stones, pelting stones, and resorting to violence against the police department. Therefore, violence against the police department is what the charge against. We can see Shopon Dashgupta there on the right-hand side of the screen, viewers. We can see Shopon Dashgupta, a very senior BJP leader, being injured in this whole drama, in this whole clash, and we can see how he's sitting injured. And now the moment where he was injured, where police was using water cannons against the BJP workers.
ये
আমি আলিদাকে বলবো মহিলা কর্মীর ছবি দেখাতে। বিজেপির যে মহিলা কর্মী তিনি অসুস্থ হয়ে পড়েছেন এবং এদের দাবি যে মহিলা পুলিশ থাকা সত্ত্বেও কিন্তু পুলিশরাই তাকে তার উপরে বল প্রয়োগ করেছেন এবং সেই কারণে তিনি অসুস্থ হয়ে পড়েছেন এবং তাকে
और देखिए यहाँ बैठ गए हैं, ये नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं, हटने को तैयार नहीं है। और ऐसे में ये तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं लगातार। वहाँ सुगंधु मजूमदार है, सुगंधु मजूमदार
bombs towards BJP supporters, towards the BJP rally. Again, Shukanto Mojumdar is accusing the police of hurling bombs towards the BJP rally. A big accusation by State President, BJP State President Shukanto Mojumdar. Shukanto Mojumdar, BJP State President, just now accused that police is hurling bombs towards the protesters. A big breaking there on Republic First. We can see how the whole area has turned into a battlefield. Police is resorting to all kind of methods, including water cannons, including tear gas, and now Shukanto Mojumdar just now accused the police of using bombs. Shukanto Mojumdar, State President of BJP, there we can see all wet and tired. Water cannons used against him as well. He just now said that bombs are being hurled by the police, and we can see both the screens, left and right. We can see how women protesters are being stopped by police and full police deployment in that whole area. We can see police geared up with helmets, with sticks.
দিয়ে আজকে বিজেপির আন্দোলন রোকা যায়নি। দেখেছেন এই ফ্ল্যাট থেকে কিভাবে
ছাদ থেকে ঢেলা হচ্ছে, সবার মুখে লাগে।
देखिए कोशिश हम करेंगे सुगंधु मजूमदार से भी बात करने की, जो यहाँ पर हैं। और देखिए चारों तरफ से ने सुरक्षा के घेरे में ये बीच में यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं। और कुंदन आइए जरा एक बार हम बात करेंगे। भैया हटिए। सुगंधु हम लाइव पब्लिक भारत पे लाइव है, हिंदी में बताइए किस तरीके से, क्या है, क्या मकसद है इस प्रदर्शन का?
देखिए हमारी मांग है कि जिस तरीके से एक के बाद एक मिनिस्टर और तृणमूल के नेता के पास से बहुत सारे इलीगल प्रॉपर्टीज पैसा मिल रहा है, ये जनता का पैसा है और उसको लौटाना है जनता को। इसके लिए सरकार को अपने पद को छोड़ के फिर से इलेक्शन में जाना चाहिए। हम डिमांड कर रहे हैं आवर सीएम शुड रिजाइन फ्रॉम हर पोस्ट। उनका कोई मोरल अभी अधिकार नहीं है, राइट नहीं है कि वो अपने पद पर बने रहे।
क्या कुछ रहेगा आपकी तरफ से? आगे जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, वाटर कैनन का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, हवाई फायरिंग हो रही है, पटाखे फोड़े जा रहे हैं, किस तरीके से आप आज?
देखिए हम यहाँ पे सीट इन डेमोस्ट्रेशन में बैठ गए, बट यहाँ पे हमारा डेमोस्ट्रेशन चलेगा। और पश्चिम बंगाल की जो पुलिस है वो ममता बनर्जी की इशारे पे ऐसा काम कर रही है। ममता बनर्जी डर रही है बीजेपी से। लाखों की संख्या में लोग यहाँ पे आए थे एक ही जगह पे, आप सोचिए तो बाकी सारे जगह का मिला पे क्या होगा। कल से इनका चल रहा है हर एक स्टेशन में घुसकर हमारे कार्यकर्ता को मारना, पीटना, उसका टिकट चेक करना। आप दिखाइए भारत के संविधान में पुलिस को कौन से जगह में ये अधिकार दिया गया है कि वो जनता का टिकट चेक करेगा। ये तो रेलवे का जुरिस्डिक्शन है। टीटी शुड चेक द टिकट। पुलिस टिकट चेक कर रहा है, पुलिस लोगों को ट्रेन से निकाल रहा है, बस से निकाल रहा है। ये पुलिस का काम है क्या?
कुछ कार्यकर्ताओं के सिर में खून निकला है, किस तरीके का बर्ताव?
पुलिस ऊपर में पुलिस बैठा के रखा है। देखिए हर चांद में वहां से बम और ढेला पत्थर फेंक रहा है पुलिस के ऊपर बम मारने का निदान तृणमूल कांग्रेस के नेता देते हैं और पुलिस वही निदान हमारे ऊपर बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता के ऊपर बम फेंक रहा है।
पुलिस तैनात की गई, आखिर डर किस बात का लग रहा है?
ममता बनर्जी का जनता का डर है और जनता बीजेपी के साथ है। बीजेपी के साथ जनता आगे बढ़ेगी और इस सरकार को उखाड़ के फेंकेगी।
नॉर्थ कोरिया जैसा माहौल बन गया, डर का माहौल बन गया।
नॉर्थ कोरिया जैसा ही माहौल बन गया है। आप देखेंगे ऐसे बैरिकेड लगाया गया है, ऐसा बैरिकेड साउथ कोरिया नॉर्थ कोरिया के बीच में होता है और ये नो मैन्स लैंड है। आप जाएंगे वहाँ पे जो माइंस है वो फटती है और यहाँ पे पुलिस माइंस फटा रही है।
एक दिन का क्या ये एक दिन का प्रदर्शन है आपकी तरफ से?
आज का ही प्रदर्शन है। आगे आने वाले समय में हम हमारा जो आगे आने वाला पॉलिटिकल एक्टिविटीज है वो घोषित करेंगे।
नाराजगी आखिर लगातार क्यों बढ़ती जा रही है? मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी
चोर है सारे। इतने दिनों तक जनता इनको सह रही है। यही ज्यादा पे टीवी में ममता बनर्जी का फोटो आने से, वीडियो आने से लोग चैनल चेंज कर देते हैं। कोई पसंद नहीं करता। जोर जबरदस्ती से और जिहादी ताकतों की वजह से ये अपने क्षमता में बना हुआ है।
चारों तरफ बैरिकेड से क्या अमूमन और दिन भी होती है या आज बीजेपी कार्यकर्ताओं को रोकने के लिए की गई है?
बहुत सारे बैरिकेड लगाए गए हैं, हर स्टेशन में उनको निकाला गया है। जितने बाधाएं संभव है सारे बाधाएं दिया गया है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का इस अभियान को विफल करने का कोशिश किया गया। लेकिन कितने हजारों में संख्या में जनता आया, आप देखिए, खुद देखिए, कैमरा में दिखाइए कितने लोग आए। इसके बाद ये 30% जनता है जो आ पाई है। 70% जनता घर लौट गई है। पुलिस पकड़ के घर के छोर को आई है।
इससे क्या संदेश
यहाँ पे
आज रात का क्या प्लान है? आज पूरे
demonstrating here against the Mamata Banerjee's government. Okay, we will sit here for indefinite time and we will discuss it along with our leaders and we will announce.
देखिए आपने सुना मजूमदार को आपने सुना किस तरीके से वो ये कह रहे हैं कि हम बैठेंगे आज पूरा दिन और ऐसे ही लगातार ये आवाज उठाते रहेंगे। लेकिन जो बर्ताव किया गया बीजेपी कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ उसको लेकर काफी नाराजगी व्यक्त की जा रही है और ये कहा जा रहा है कि डर और दहशत का माहौल मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी ने बना दिया है। जर्नलिस्ट कुंदन के साथ प्रियंका शर्मा, पश्चिम बंगाल से रिपब्लिक भारत के लिए। All right, viewers, we're getting you all the updates and the biggest team on ground right now, getting you multiple perspectives and vantage points of the big protest right now, which is happening. BJP's Nabanno Abhiyan rally, where we're getting you every update. We also told you that there are reports of injuries. You can see the visuals on your screen. Multiple people have been injured, and we also are seeing clashes and stone pelting. Kishan is joining me live for more updates. Kishan, we are seeing scenes of chaos and clashes there in Howrah. What is happening where you are? All right, we'll be connecting to Kishan in just a moment right now. But
scene has turned into a battlefield. Clashes between police and BJP workers, charges against BJP workers of pelting stones, and the police is charging the BJP workers that they have pelted stones on the police personnel. On the other hand, the BJP workers are being lathi charged and water cannons are being used, and also tear gas. We can see a woman protester with a BJP flag is being taken away by women officers. Women police personnel there, women security officials taking away women personnel And then we can see injured people also, injured protesters, elderly people also lying on the floor, on the ground we saw previously. Right now, dramatic visuals on your screen there. We can see how the whole area of Howrah and Shatragachi has turned into a battlefield per se. We can see that how the BJP protesters, including the women protesters, women BJP workers, are being forcefully taken away by the police in prison vans, lathi charge, and also on your screen, viewers, BJP workers are showing their injuries and how they have been beaten by the police using force, using sticks. That's what they are showing. We have the largest presence on ground in Howrah, and also the largest number of cameras and reporters on field. The biggest coverage of the BJP's Nabanno Chalo Abhijan today, and from the epicenter of this whole action, we can see how the protesters being manhandled, protesters being lathi charged and taken away. The charge against the protesters is that they have used stone pelting and violence in that area against the police. We also saw stones lying on the floor, on the ground, and also right now there's a action that's going on there. Woman lathi charge on woman by women personnel, and on your screen, viewers, Dilip Ghosh on your screen in his car trying to enter into that area, and he just went away. And also a huge number of police personnel, probably the reason that he could not get down from his car. Previously we saw Shukanta Mojumdar was also water cannoned, and before that Suvendu Adhikari was being taken away in a prison van from the PTS area. The whole Naban. We have Bhaskar live with us from the ground. Bhaskar, you are in Howrah on the ground at the epicenter. Please tell us what's happening there, Bhaskar.
Absolutely. I'm in a war-like situation right now, and as you can see, I will have to take you to the live visuals. I will ask my video journalist Mohit to show all the visuals that now the police personnel are now trying to clear the mob. We're just showing different items targeting the police personnel, and right now several rounds of tear gases, canisters fired upon the mob. And but this is not the situation which is anticipated, because a long time ago the mob which was marching towards the Nabanno, the administrative capital in West Bengal, that was dispersed using water cannons and the tear gas canisters. But later on, again tussle erupted between the police forces and the party workers and other mob. And right now, just before Shatragachi station, here we can see a huge number of police persons deployed here. But continuously, this kind of bricks are now being thrown at police, and now the police personnel are giving befitting reply using gas canisters, like tear gas canisters, and they are trying to move the mob away. And look at this. Just look at the visuals coming live and explosive only on Republic from the Howrah Shatragachi station. That a huge number of police force had been deployed here, and they are trying to control the mob. They are trying to control the whole situation, because again and again there has been tension escalating, and now as we can see, I would like to show you, I would ask my video journalist Mohit, that police personnel are trying to clear the whole area just adjacent of Shatragachi railway station, because the mob, they are in different parts of this arena, and now they are targeting police, and on the other hand, police is also trying to clear the mob, and several rounds of tear gas canisters were fired upon the mob, but as of now the situation isn't under total control of police. Over to you.
So Bhaskar, from that area, you are showing exactly what's unfolding, what's happening in that area. from the epicenter, from that place, Bhaskar was showing us what's exactly happening, what's unfolding. He showed us a building and then the road, the whole area, which is now being turned into a battlefield after the clashes. And we can see how water cannons are being used by the police department against the BJP workers. We are getting multiple updates, not only in Howrah, but also tear gas has been used in other parts like Shatragachi, like Lal Bajar and other areas. Also lathi charge in multiple areas, including Lal Bajar, Shatragachi, Howrah Bridge, Howrah Maidan, areas near Nabanno and other parts of Kolkata. Kolkata and areas near Nabanno has completely turned into a war zone, I must say. And Bhaskar from that area was showing, from the epicenter of this whole action, was showing live how this whole drama clash is unfolding. We can see police resorting to all-out lathi charge against the protesters. The charge against the protesters is that they have resorted to stone pelting, and now we can see a protester is being slapped by the police. The protesters is being slapped by the police. And this woman protester is complaining against the so-called police atrocities. That's what they're saying. They're saying violence is used against the protesters who are protesting peacefully. And now they are being taken away by fully geared up police personnel. Bhaskar, you are on the field in the epicenter. Show to the audience and our viewers what's exactly happening there. Over to you, Bhaskar.
Absolutely, and the police personnel are now detaining the arrested some people who were trying to throw stones up over the police, and the police commissioner of the Howrah Police Commissioner, Mr. Pravin Tripathi, is also leading the up, and now several several arrests have been made right away, just look at the quantity of the police force, and a few minutes back the police force used water cannons, tear gas canisters to stop the BJP, but on the other hand, right now they are trying to clear the mob, and they are trying to take hold of this law and order situation in just a Shatragachi railway station. But this is just like a war-like situation, and I am just at the epicenter, and several rounds of tear gas canisters were fired, and me and my video journalist Mohit Shet was also feeling ill due to. Now the GRP, the railway police and the Howrah Police Commissionerate are collaborating to clear the arena to ensure law and order situation all over this Shatragachi railway station, or we can call like this war zone. And now, as my video journalist Mohit is showing, that Howrah Police Commissioner Pravin Tripathi, along with the railway police officials, are now discussing a way to ensure law and order situation. And right now they are discussing the path, they are discussing the ways.
This is Kishalai with you from Republic Bangla newsroom, and we have the greatest number of reporters, the largest number of reporters there. You are just at the epicenter, Bhaskar, and you are showing us what's happening in Shatragachi, how the situation turned so violent. Can you say how to the audience, to the viewers, how the situation turned so violent and such like a battlefield, Bhaskar?
Absolutely. Just a few minutes back, as I was telling you, that the BJP workers tried to reach towards Nabanno. They tried to cross the barricade set up on the road, and after the BJP workers were dispersed, now a part of mob a part of mob is now throwing stones upon the police personnel, and the police commissioner Praveen Tripathi along with other senior officials and the entire police force is now at Satragachi railway station to ensure the whole area is in under control. But as you can see, and I would like to take you. I will ask my video journalist Mohit to show you that another round of tear gas shells have been fired upon the protesters, fired upon the mobs. I'm not sure whether this is going to be an ending very soon or not. But the situation in Satragachi is just like one. As you can see, I would like to take you there. And then we'll come back on this story after a very short break. Straight into Republic.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabana March a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the police has declared 3 major rallies that are by the BJP or top BJP leaders as illegal. In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं, तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस। जी सर्व खाप पंचायत जो हुई है सर्व जाति की, उसका बहुत ज़्यादा सरकार के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ा है।
आप क्या मानते हैं?
जी, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इसमें बहुत बड़े चेहरे उजागर होंगे अगर गोवा पुलिस ने सबूत नहीं मिटाए होंगे तो।
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है। लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Sonali Phogat case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है।
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with a money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which She will hold talks with her counterpart.
Scenes like a battlefield here in West Bengal, in Howrah, Satragachi, and back-to-back breakings on Republic with the largest number of reporters on ground. And showing you right now, viewers, is a police vehicle in Bado Bazar area. Bado Bazar area is one of the most famous shopping centers in West Bengal, in Kolkata. And a police van, a police car in Bado Bazar area has been vandalized by BJP supporters. At one hand, BJP supporters are vandalizing police vans, pelting stones. Those are the charges against them. Those are the charges. And on the other hand, police resorting to all out lathi charge, all out force, all out use of water cannons and tear gas against the BJP protesters, against the BJP rally here in West Bengal. We can see how the police car has been vandalized, stones being pelted at the police car standing in Bado Bazar area. Bado Bazar area, which is one of the most famous shopping centers in West Bengal, is one of the areas where police and the BJP protesters came face to face. Lathi charge and violence was seen as well. And now we can see how a police pilot van has been vandalized by the BJP protesters in Bado Bazar area, breaking first on Republic, giving you a full picture, 360-degree picture, viewers, of this protest rally happening in West Bengal, showing you pictures from Bado Bazar, from Howrah, from Satragachi, from Lal Bazar, from Nabanno, and areas adjoining Nabanno. This Bado Bazar area is not far away from Howrah, the epicenter of all the violence and clashes, and we can see how BJP protesters are breaking, vandalizing this car, police car, trying to break the glass, trying to break its lights, trying to break the beacon on the police car, almost playing with the doors of this police car, standing there in Bado Bazar area. PCR van, it's written on the car, PCR van number 10 of Kolkata police is being vandalized completely by BJP protesters and workers. Live visuals for you viewers on screen. BJP protesters and workers allegedly breaking and vandalizing a police car standing in front of the Bado Bazar area. We are getting to know that more deployment and reinforcement is happening in that area, and people trying to control, and the police is trying to control the crowd that has assembled there. We can see this police car being vandalized in Bado Bazar, mostly allegedly by BJP protesters who were marching against Nabanno but was stopped by the police. The windshield of the police car has completely been destroyed, shattered, and now we have BJP senior leader Shapon Dasgupta with us over phone. Sir, you have been injured. We were showing visuals. Can you tell us what's happening and what you have been through?
Was approaching the old Howrah bridge when as soon as it got to there, first they fired water cannons, and immediately after that, without anything, they fired tear gas shells, and then promptly went in for a lathi charge. There was a stampede. Predictably, there was a stampede. I can personally say that I got pushed by some probably policemen with the batons and fell down. Could have been even, they have suffered some minor cuts and abrasions, but most people really, it was dispersed. But the important thing is that a peaceful demonstration was attacked in this fashion in three parts around Calcutta. And one was in Calcutta. The other two were in Howrah and Satragachi. Many of our leaders have been arrested, and a large number of people who came by trains and all have been detained and prevented from going to their places. So if this is the type, and this was a planned demonstration a long time ago, and if this is the nature of if this is the manner in which normal democratic activity is obstructed, you can imagine what the whole situation in the state is like. This was a march against corruption. This was a march to expose those who've been looting the state, who've been looting the exchequer, and this is the reaction of the state government.
Well, Mr. Dashgupta, I hope that you are fine now. But also there are allegations that the BJP workers have been pelting stones towards the police. And also we saw a police car being vandalized. So that's the charges against the BJP workers by the police. What's your comment on that, Mr. Dashgupta?
It is quite possible that something may have happened when people were getting dispersed. But you must realize that it was the initial assault was done by the police, and they were determined. And it was done in Satragachi, it was done in Howrah, and it was done in Calcutta. So it was formed a part of a pattern of trying to get people worked up. And if, a normal peaceful demonstration is attacked in this way, a few untoward incidents are bound to happen, but I would blame the entire responsibility on the state administration.
Well, Mr. Dasgupta, already we have seen that Suvendu Adhikari has been detained by the police, and you, being a very senior leader, also took part in the rally and you are injured. So what you are going to do next as all these things are happening around? What's your next step from BJP?
Well, this is a step in the movement which has been taking place in the thing. The larger endeavor is to create a meaningful alternative in which the people of West Bengal can enjoy progress, they can enjoy a corruption-free existence, and they can actually be able to catch up with the rest of the country. Bengal has been falling behind at every particular point, and this corruption is a main factor behind it. And we intend to intensify our activity in a constructive way and also in an agitational way.
Well, Mr. Dasgupta, it was unprecedented how BJP workers were being stopped from boarding trains from different districts. So the allegation against the government was that free movement was being stopped as well. So, Mr. Dasgupta, exactly. Any last comment on what has been happening since? Yes.
Well, I think this whole country should know the true face of this government, which prevents protests against corruption, and it has also seen visuals of what took place today, but it has simultaneously seen visuals of the stash of cash which has been found under beds in ministerial associates' homes, and they can make the contrast between the two, and then they can form their own conclusion, and I think the conclusions will lead in one direction. That this is this is increasingly becoming a venal, illegitimate government.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dasgupta, for speaking to us. And that was Mr. Shopon Dasgupta, very senior BJP leader, and he has been taking part in this rally as well. And he was injured, as we saw previously that he was injured as well. And those first visuals we have been showing, and he was clearly saying that this is a case of clear infringement of democratic rights against the opposition. That's what he was saying. Right now, visuals on your screen, viewers, our senior editor Anirban Sinha reporting from the spot where the whole police vehicle which we were talking about has been torched by the protesters, has been torched by the BJP workers. We were showing this police van, this PCR van, we were showing this previously. It was being broken and shattered and attacked by the BJP workers in Bara Bazaar area. And now first visuals on your screen, dramatic visuals of the whole PCR van being on flames. The PCR van, police van, PCR van number 10, burning on flames, up in flames, and being burnt, being put on flame by the BJP protesters allegedly who were present there. The police van standing in front of the Bara Bazar market, one of the most famous marketplaces in West Bengal, has been torched by the locals, by the protesters who were present there. That's the allegation. And we are seeing the whole car on fire live on your screen, viewers. Only on Republic we have the largest presence of reporters, video journalists on ground covering the whole protest, whole Nabanno Abhijan, and then the BJP and police clash that unfolded later on. And on your screen, a PCR van of the police department of Kolkata Police is up on flames, being flamed by the BJP workers and protesters allegedly who were present there. And as Shapan Dashgupta was saying, that the first attack happened from the police side, from the side of the police department, and now we can see that the reactions of that is happening, including stone pelting from the rally. That was the charge against the BJP workers. And now we can see a whole PCR van being up in flames. And now we can see that there is a car there's a vehicle from the fire department which has arrived. The fire department has arrived at the spot. West Bengal Fire Department has arrived at the spot trying to put off the flame. Live visuals, our senior editor Anirban Sinha from Republic Bangla, right there at the epicenter, at the spot, the flames being doused by the fire department, a whole PCR van being put on flames, up in flames. Anirban Sinha trying to walk towards the PCR van, and he's trying to tell the people around to put the shutters down. Republic Network with the people of West Bengal, and now we can see complete chaos and disorder in Bara Bazar, Howrah and Shatragachi area. The flame has been doused by the fire department. However, there is a huge smoke in that area, and the fire department is trying to control the fire. The vehicle was put on flames by the BJP protesters allegedly in the Bara Bazar area. At one hand, in the left hand side, the flames in the PCR van. On the right hand side of your screen, viewers, huge group of protesters being water cannoned by the police, up in flames, the whole vehicle that we are seeing. And on the other hand, huge group of protesters walking towards Nabanno, wanting to protest against the atrocities against BJP workers and the scams and corruptions that took place in West Bengal in the last few months. There is a huge deployment of police in Shatragachi, in Howrah, in Bara Bazar, in Lal Bazar police headquarters, and all these areas. We can see in the left hand side of your screen earlier how a whole PCR van of Kolkata police was up in flames, was put in flames by the BJP protesters. On the right hand side, live visuals. The West Bengal Fire Department has been working to douse the flame, and right now the flame has been under control and the whole area being cordoned off by police deployment. We can see huge number of police personnel present at the spot. White dressed police personnel from Kolkata Police Department present at the spot, trying to control And on the right hand side, we can see in our second camera how water cannons are still being used by the police in order to disperse the crowd which has gathered in Howrah and Satragachi area. In the left hand side of your screen, viewers, again, the vehicle which was put in flames by the BJP workers allegedly, the vehicle of Kolkata police burning like anything, up in flames. On the right hand side, we can see how BJP workers are being water cannoned and a huge gathering of BJP workers live. The biggest number of reporters from the spot on Republic Network, 360-degree coverage on Republic and exclusive. Previously, Suvendu Adhikari sharply attacked the state government and the chief minister, saying that the democracy of the state has completely broken down. And now we can see how Kolkata turns into a big battlefield and clashes happening all over the place in the north and south of Kolkata, and mostly in the areas like Lal Bazar, Howrah, Satragachi and Nabanno. Previously, BJP workers from various parts of West Bengal who were trying to come to Kolkata for this protest rally, which was to be peaceful, were stopped from boarding trains from the districts. And now we can see how that has turned violent. We can see a huge number of BJP protesters and BJP workers. And the latest big breaking is that after Suvendu Adhikari, Sukanto Mojumdar is detained now by the police department. Sukanto Mojumdar has been detained as well. Suvendu Adhikari was detained previously, and now that's the breaking. And also right now we can see that the police have gathered around. The police have been, a crowd has gathered around the very vehicle in the Bara Bazar area. This is another vehicle. On the other hand, water cannons at Howrah. Water cannons at Howrah.
हिरासत में ले लिया गया है ना, और यहाँ कोशिश हम करेंगे। हाँ, ये देखिए सुकांतु मजुमदार, ये देखिए भगदड़ मच गई है यहाँ पर। यहाँ और ये देखिए, ये धक्का मुक्की का एकदम माहौल, और किसी भी तरीके से बीजेपी कार्यकर्ताओं को यहाँ से हटाना है। यही पुलिस की तैयारी है, जिसमें हावड़ा पुलिस है, कलकत्ता पुलिस है और डिस्ट्रिक्ट पुलिस है। ये तस्वीरें आप लाइव देख रहे हैं, लाइव तस्वीरें। और उस वैन में सुकांतु मजुमदार जाते हुए हावड़ा मैदान से ये लाइव तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं। और निबंधन चलो अभियान का यहाँ पे एक समापन हमें दिख रहा है, क्योंकि जो इसकी अगुवाई कर रहे थे उन्हीं को पुलिस ने हिरासत में ले लिया है। और इसके बाद ये संदेश देने की कोशिश की बाकी कार्यकर्ता भी वापस लौट जाए। ये लाइव तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं। और ये लगातार कोशिश थी बीजेपी की तरफ से कि ममता सरकार में जितने भ्रष्टाचार हो रहे हैं, जिनकी पोल खुल रही है, वो जनता के बीच ले जाया जाए, उसके बारे में बताया जाए कि किस तरीके से जनता के साथ धोखा हो रहा है। और ऐसे में राज्य सरकार पर लगातार प्रहार, ये कहा जा रहा है कि डर और दहशत का माहौल बना दिया है, आगे बढ़ने नहीं दिया जा रहा है लोगों को, और एक ही जगह रोका जा रहा है। बैरिकेड्स जगह जगह पर लगाए गए हैं और लाठियां बरसाई गई हैं। ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं इस गाड़ी में। बाकी और कार्यकर्ताओं को भी ले जाया गया और यहीं से हावड़ा मैदान से इस अभियान का समापन होता है। ये तस्वीरें बता रही हैं कि किस तरीके से भारी तादाद में जो लोग जुटे हैं वो कितने नाराज हैं राज्य सरकार से, क्योंकि ये संख्या छोटी मोटी नहीं है, काफी भारी तादाद में, हजारों की तादाद में ये कार्यकर्ता जुटे हैं। देखिए कुंदन,
भारत माता की, भारत माता की। শুনতে পাচ্ছি না বলেন আমাদেরকে গ্রেফতার করে নেওয়া গেল
Shukanto Mojumdar has been detained by the police. That's what we are showing live. Shukanto Mojumdar being taken away after Suvendu Adhikari. Now Shukanto Mojumdar has been taken away as well. And now we can see live visuals of protesters trying to stop the PCR van. On the other hand, other BJP leaders, the top shot of other BJP leaders and workers being taken away by the police, by the forces in Kolkata. Shukanto Mojumdar being taken away, being detained by police, taken away in a prison van. That's what we are showing live and exclusive here on Republic. The first breakings always on Republic, previously Suvendu Adhikari, and now Shukanto Mojumdar being taken away by the police department. That's what we are seeing. And now also back-to-back updates that police has been cordoning off more areas around Nabanno to stop any further advancement of rallies by BJP workers. So the police department is working in a proper programmed way, detaining the leaders one by one, detaining the top faces one by one. Bhaskar, this is Kishalai with you from Republic Bangla Newsroom. We are keeping a track on all the activities happening on ground. You are there at the epicenter. Shukanto Mojumdar detained at one hand. What are you looking at? Give us the picture. Bhaskar.
Absolutely, Kishalai. The Satragachi station area is still now a battleground. And I would like to take you to there where the mob, the BJP workers are pelting stones upon the police personnel. And as you can see, after several rounds of tear gas shells, still they are pelting stones upon the BJP, upon the police personnel. And also in one hand, Suvendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition, Shukanto Mojumdar, the BJP state president, all have been arrested. But still, in Satragachi, there is a hostile situation. And I would like to show you that the civilians are now being taken away. And just look at that. This is the situation in the surface. I am showing you the real-time scenarios. And continuously stone pelting is on, and the police officials are trying to hold their base. They are trying to advance a little after some time, after holding their base properly. And now, just look at that. The police force are now advancing. And also on the other hand, after stone pelting is still on. And we are showing you the real-time picture, fast and exclusive, only on Republic. And we are showing you the police personnel are advancing. They are marching forward. And now tear gas shells have now been fired again. And of course, I would like to. Again, stone pelting is on. Kishalai, all I can say now, this is a battlefield. This is a battleground where the inhuman battle between the police personnel and the mob is on. And as I was saying, the police is slowly forwarding towards the mob to clear them, to disperse them. But after several rounds of tear gases, canisters were fired. Still, the situation isn't under control. And now, stun grenade had now been brought on by the police officials. And as we can say, analyzing the situation, the tear gas shells were not enough, as per the senior police officers. So now a stun grenade has now been taken, and continuous stole painting is on. And now we will continuously show you the visuals from Satragachi railway station. And then look at that, Look at that, Kishaloi. Look at that. Another tear gas canisters now being fired upon. Now again, police is trying to ensure that the mob which is pelting stones upon police is dispersed. And now it's kind of battleground with the sound, and one police person is injured. And he is bleeding. Now other senior police officials and his colleagues are now taking him away from this battleground. And Kishalai, again the smoke of tear gas is engulfing us, and actually it is next to impossible. It's very hard enough to breathe in this tear gas. But still, the public will continue.
Bhaskar, you need to take care of yourself, and your video journalist, and you need to take care of yourself. We can see the live visuals, Bhaskar. We can see the live visuals. Tear gas there, lathi charge there. You need to take care of yourself, and you need to walk away from that area as well. We can see the live visuals you're showing us, Bhaskar. The dramatic visuals of a battleground where we can see that police is resorting to lathi charge, police is resorting to tear gas, and we can see how stone pelting is happening on the other side. Bhaskar, over to you, Bhaskar.
And another police official was injured. Sir, कैसे हुआ सर? सर इंजरी कैसे लगा सर? बड़ा पाथर मेरे पाथर पे लगा सर. अभी a police officer was injured, and now again another police officer is now injured in this stones. But Kishalai, I would like to tell you, this is a battlefield, and continuous sword pelting is on. We are trying to show as much as we can. We are trying to show you 360-degree visual of this entire situation. We are trying to show you the 360-degree view of this entire battleground, and my video journalist Mohit Shed is trying to show you the visuals. And another, as I was saying, another police official is now being injured and has been he had now been taken away from, and continuous tear gases canisters were fired, but the situation is still yet to come under control of police. And all I can say that this is a really battleground like situation, and the police is now looking for another way to disperse the mob. And I was saying that a stun grenade is now being came into the thoughts of the senior police officials to disperse that crowd which is pelting stones towards the police personnel. And now again police personnel are trying to disperse them using gas canisters, using tear gas canisters. But from another side, stones are now being pelted upon police, and it's a kind of half circle area which is now being very hostile, and the police officials are trying desperately to take this situation under their control. But as of now, the situation is not under their control, and many part of this Santragachi railway station needs to be covered by the police and needs to be cleared by the police, because in a half circle area, as we can see, the entire half circle area is filled up with the mob, and they are continuously throwing stones over the police personnel, and many police personnel are now injured and being taken away from this.
Bhaskar, we need to show, Bhaskar, the audience everything that you are showing as well, and you need to take care of yourself and your video journalists as well, as that is a very dangerous area right now, as if a full-fledged battlefield, as if a full-fledged war zone there that you are showing, Bhaskar. Thank you very much. But also, we are showing live on Republic Network, first and exclusive, how multiple clashes in multiple places, lathi charge, tear gas, detention, and how water cannons were being used All methods possible are being used by the police department in order to disperse the crowd, in order to stop the rally, in order to stop the protesters from marching towards Nabanno, the state secretariat, the high seat of the chief minister. And now we can see how the whole state has turned into a war zone, into a battlefield, as was being reported by our reporter Bhaskar from the field, from the epicenter of this whole battle. You can see, viewers, on your screen, live visuals from Howrah, where the protesters are standing behind the building. On the other hand, the police is taking their place. The police personnel are taking their place in order to stop them from marching any forward. BJP versus cops, it is all over West Bengal. Since morning, we saw how in different districts clashes were being reported, and then detention one after another. First, Suvendu Adhikari was detained, taken away by the police in a prison van. Along with him were taken away Loket Chatterjee, and also was taken away Rahul Sinha. And now we can see how Shukanto Mojumdar has been taken away, detained by the police, and Bhaskar and our senior editors from Republic Bangla has been reporting from the epicenter. Back-to-back breakings and back-to-back updates from the battleground, from the war zone as it is being called by the political world now in Bengal. Also the updates in the left-hand side of your screen, viewers. Police lathi charge, brutally beating the protesters who are already on ground, injured. That's the allegation against the police. On the other hand, charges against the BJP workers on the right side of your screen. On the right side of your screen. And also the charges are stone pelting and putting police vehicles on fire. We saw that how a whole police PCR van was ablaze, put on fire, put on flames by the BJP workers. Windows on your screen, viewers, showing you different moments from this battle, from this war zone, including the moments of lathi charge, including the moments where Shukanto Mojumdar was detained and taken away, the state BJP president. And as Bhaskar was reporting, tear gas are still now being fired towards the protesters as we speak. As we speak, tear gas is still being fired by the police towards the protesters, back to back. And now also the police vehicle, the PCR van, up in flames earlier. Later on, the fire department came and doused the flame, tried to douse the flame. And also, on the left side of your screen from Howrah, Badabazar area, senior editor Anirban Sinha reporting live. On the right hand side, a full police PCR van up in flames. Flames there, viewers, on your screen. A whole situation of battle and war unfolding here in West Bengal. A few moments back, Shapan Dasgupta was telling us how this is a clear case of atrocity and breaking down of democracy. And also, previous to that, Suvendu Adhikari, when he was being taken away by the police in a prison van, he was sharply attacking Mamta Banerjee, the chief minister of West Bengal, by saying that she has become a dictator and comparing her to the dictator of North Korea, and also saying that this is very clear how the opposition leader and the opposition in the state is being treated. That's very clear. That's what he was saying. That was on our screen all this while. Our reporters, the largest number of reporters, the highest number of reporters on ground, giving you multiple angles. Water cannons, we are being told that more than 10 water cannons were being used by the police department in order to disperse the crowd. And also tear gas, we saw how police is firing tear gas towards the crowd that had assembled in front of the barricade near Shatragachi. Injured people being taken away there, injured protesters and injured policemen as well. injured police personnel. As Bhaskar was reporting as well previously, that police personnel, 2 of them were injured. And now we can see injuries in both the sides. A war zone in West Bengal where both the protesters and the police personnel are being injured. When we were speaking to Shapon Dasgupta, he was also injured by the water cannons that was being used against him. The political personalities in West Bengal, especially the opposition, is asking whether this much of force was at all appropriate for a peaceful rally, whether it was at all needed, whether it was at all needed. Right now we can see, right now live from Howrah and from Barabazar, and tear gas being fired in the right hand side of your screen, viewers. Tear gas being fired by the police towards the protesters. Police fully geared up with helmets, with vests, with boots and with sticks in order to stop the protesters from marching towards Nabanno, the state secretariat, the high seat. And also live report of Bhaskar, who is at the epicenter of that battlefield, at the epicenter of that area. We know that Lal Bazar, the police headquarters, Bara Bazar, the market area, and Shatragachi, the entrance towards Howrah, and Howrah itself, all these regions are now utterly in chaos and disorder. Peaceful marches, as BJP is saying. BJP is saying peaceful marches were arranged. Peaceful marches were going towards Nabanno, the state secretariat. And the reason of these marches were to protest against the scams that had happened in West Bengal. The school service commission scam, the teachers recruitment scam, the cattle smuggling scam, and the coal scam. All these scams in West Bengal, BJP was trying to protest against these scams. They were trying to march in order to raise their voice against these scams. And then the police, with full force, full use of force, stopped the rallies from all directions coming towards Nabanno, from the east, from the west, from the north, and from the south. Rallies were coming towards West Bengal. Police stopped all the rallies by using water cannons, by using tear gas, by using lathi charge, and by using barricades. Whatever means they could use and whatever methods they could use, they used. And now we see West Bengal turning into a battlefield with time. And now Sukanto Mojumdar, the state president of BJP, being detained by the police department, and Suvendu Adhikari in Lal Bazar as well. And now we can also see constant and continuous firing of tear gas.
আমাদের আমি যখন ব্যারিকেডের উপরে ওঠার চেষ্টা করছিলাম তখন টার্গেট প্রথমে জল কামানটা আমাকেই চালানো হয় এবং এমনভাবে চালানো হয় আমার ঘাড়ে চোট লাগে। আমার যে সেক্রেটারি সেটা আমাকে একটু আরাম দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করছে, কিন্তু এইভাবে আরাম পাওয়া সম্ভব নয়। এরপর ডাক্তারবাবু দেখালে পরে তখন হয়তো আমরা
বলবেন আজকে পুরো ঘটনাটা এবং এই যে ডেপুটি ম্যাজিস্ট্রেট আসছেন যেটা বলছেন কি বলবেন?
দেখুন, পুরোভাবে গণতন্ত্রকে এখানে মার্ডার করা হলো। মুখ্যমন্ত্রী ভয় পেয়েছেন, তিনি পালিয়ে গেছেন এবং তিনি বিজেপির এই সংখ্যা দেখে তিনি বুঝতে পেরেছিলেন যে কত মানুষ এখানে আসবে এবং যে মানুষ এসেছে আজকে আপনারা দেখেছেন এটা হচ্ছে 30% অফ দ্য টোটাল আমাদের যা এক লোক আসার কথা ছিল তার 70% লোক রাস্তাঘাটে বিভিন্ন জায়গায়, কিছু লোক বাড়িতে, কারণ কিছু লোককে গতকাল
chief minister is scared of seeing the numbers of BJP workers on field.
এইভাবে
democracy has broken down in West Bengal.
আমরা আমাদেরকে গ্রেফতার না করা পর্যন্ত গ্রেফতার করলে আমরা
This is an undemocratic way of stopping a protest rally.
সিপি কিন্তু ছুটিতে আছে বলছে।
এই একটু আগে ওনার সাথে কথা হয়েছে,
নাটক চলছে যেটা দাবি
Sukanto Mojumdar is clearly saying that democracy has broken down in West Bengal. There's no democracy in West Bengal, and that the chief minister is scared of seeing the sheer number of BJP followers that marched into West Bengal. He has been detained. Live visuals, he has been detained. he has been detained by the police, and now he is speaking to the media. Live visuals there. He has been detained. Shukanto Majumdar being taken by. Democracy in West Bengal has broken down. That's what Shukanto Majumdar is saying. And he's also saying that the chief minister is completely scared of the number of people, of the sheer number of protesters, of the sheer number of BJP supporters who are marching towards West Bengal, towards the state secretariat. Shukanto Majumdar there, the state president of BJP, very clearly saying that BJP was trying to hold a peaceful protest rally, but it was being stopped by the police, by force, by use of force, and therefore democracy has completely broken down in West Bengal. And also that the chief minister is scared of the BJP, scared of the opposition, by seeing the sheer number of people, seeing the sheer number of BJP protesters who were marching towards the Nabanno building, or the state secretariat building, where the chief minister sits, where the chief minister has her office. This is what he said after he was being detained and before he was being taken away by the police. And now we can see on your screen, viewers, in the middle of the screen, tear gas being hurled, being shot towards the protesters. In the right hand side of your screen, viewers, barricades being broken, and the left hand side, water cannons. 3 methods used by the police. 3 methods and 4 methods used by the police in order to stop the protest rally. Water cannons, tear gas, lathi charge, and detaining the leaders. The 3 ways, the 4 ways in which the police is trying to ensure, the police of the state government and the Kolkata police as well, the police under the Mamata Banerjee administration is trying to ensure that they stop and prevent this protest rally that was organized by the BJP. BJP previously had a long plan of this protest rally, especially against the state, especially to protest against the state atrocities over the BJP workers after the West Bengal Assembly polls, and then also to protest against the scams that happened in West Bengal, including the SSC scam, including the cattle scam, including the coal scam, and all the scams that happened in West Bengal. They were protesting against all the scams. But right now, we can see on your screen, viewers, the police personnel injured by the stone pelting that happened from the side of the BJP workers, from the side of the BJP protesters, BJP rally. And also we are showing how police resorted to different methods and means, including lathi charge, water cannon, and detention in order to stop the rallies from reaching Nabanno. Protesters lathi charged, cannons being used, shells being fired, tear gas shells being fired, all kinds of methods of force being applied on the BJP workers, all kinds of methods of force being applied by the police in order to stop and prevent the BJP workers from walking down, from marching down towards the state secretariat. This massive breakdown of law and order and massive chaos and disorder all over West Bengal is what is unfolding every moment as we are covering this exclusively 360-degree coverage of this massacre that's been happening in West Bengal of law and order, as the BJP workers were trying to protest and march against the atrocities and the scam. We will be coming back with all these updates and more after a short break, only on Republic Network and Republic TV.
At Amity, we believe students should have an all-round exposure. The study abroad program gives students the option to do 5 weeks or more at any of the Amity campuses across the world in cities like New York, San Francisco, London, Melbourne, Dubai, Singapore, etc. A truly unique opportunity only at Amity.
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with the money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers, they are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabana March a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the police has declared 3 major rallies that are by the BJP top BJP leaders as illegal. In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं, तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस। जी 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 सरोफ।
And we continue to get you the latest pictures of the chaos that is unfolding in Bengal as the TMC versus BJP fight is intensifying. This is the Nabana Abhijan, where you see how highways have turned into a battlefield in West Bengal, and protests against the Mamata government that have taken a violent turn. Excessive use of force on the ground by the police. Police vehicles have been torched. And you see the protesters on the ground and how there is utter chaos on the streets of Bengal. Several such key areas where you see tear gas had been fired to take the situation under control. And remember, it's not even the top leaders of the BJP, but the local leaders, where they are continuing their march from Howrah district area towards Nabana.
So we are covering the biggest ever protest rally against the state government by the BJP, and also the chaos and disorder that followed. Unprecedented showdown of violence there is a whole lot of chaos and disorder in West Bengal right now, especially in the Howrah area and Shatragachi area. And we saw that how force was being used by the police department, and the BJP is alleging that violence was used against them in order to stop the peaceful protest rally that they had arranged. That's the allegation of the BJP. BJP spokespersons and BJP leaders exclusively spoke to the public, and they said that how the whole law and order situation of the state has now gone down and utterly disorder is right now here, and Ishan Deb is with us live. This is Kishalay from Bangla Newsroom. Ishan Deb, you are at the spot, and we can see chaos and disorder. What's the situation there? Over to you, Ishan Deb.
Kishala, right now we are standing at Howrah Maidan, and here the situation is coming to normalcy, but still you can see that huge police deployment is here. The Rapid Action Force, the police, and the HPC CD force all are deployed here, and I would like to say my video journalist Wasim Ahmed to show that the road which leads towards Nabanno from here, from this spot, at just after 100 meters, just 100 meters away from us, there you can still see that the barricades are put up there, and just at the other side of the barricade there are the water cannons still standing here. Shukanto Mojumdar, the BJP state president, and Ognimitra Paul, who is an MLA, and also the state general secretary of BJP, they came to this place leading a huge procession which started from Howrah station. At first the procession entered the Howrah city, and in front of the Howrah court they held a street corner with that huge crowd with them, and from there they started marching towards Howrah Maidan, and from Howrah Maidan they were about to march further towards Nabanno, which is the state headquarters, the state secretariat. And this is the place up to which point the procession of the BJP leadership could come up, because you can see that huge barricades, mammoth barricading has been put up by police here. And as the BJP leadership was complaining that in an abnormal way police was digging on the streets to make it like a permanent structure. So these barricades have been put up in such a strong manner that it was not possible for the BJP workers to break through. And not only one barricade, you can see this is one side of the barricade. At the other side there is a second tire. At the other side there is a third tire. So 3-tire barricading was put up there, and at the other side water cannons are still standing here. Though after facing the water cannons wrath and after facing the tear gas shells, the BJP supporters, the BJP workers who were willing to march ahead towards Nabanno were scattered around. But still Shukanto Mojumdar, the state BJP president, was trying to continue the protest for some time, and almost for 1 hour Shukanto Mojumdar was sitting here with Ognimitra Paul, with Lakshman Ghodui, all our MLAs, with Anup Saha, Purulia MP Jyotirmay Singh Mahato, all were sitting here. I would like to show you the place. This is the place where Shukanto Mojumdar, Lakshman Ghodui, Agnimitra Paul, Jyotirmay Singh Mahato all were sitting, and they were surrounded by their security personnel and by the BJP workers who were not scattered after the water cannons were used. But after 1 hour, when they were not ready to leave the place, even after repeated requests and announcements from police, the police brought reinforcement here, and after the reinforcement was brought, Shukanto Mojumdar, Ognimitra Paul, and all other BJP leaders who were doing a sit-in protest here were taken into custody. They were taken to the prison van, and the Howrah City Police, Howrah Commissionerate have already taken them to the Shivpur police station. So this is a situation here right now. BJP leadership is completely taken away from this place. The supporters and workers who were there, they are also scattered away, but the police is still maintaining some kind of security measures. That's why this Howrah Maidan area is still deployed with huge number of police forces.
At Amity, we believe students should have an all-round exposure. The Study Abroad program gives students the option to do 5 weeks or more at any of the Amity campuses across the world in cities like New York, San Francisco, London, Melbourne, Dubai, Singapore, etc. A truly unique opportunity only at Amity.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में यानी हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनके बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Sonali Fogart case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है।
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with the money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed. All our dramatic pictures coming in from the state of West Bengal, where the BJP had organized the Nabana Cholo March, and you see how the police forces on the ground have been taking control of the situation with protesters as they go all out against the TMC government. The BJP versus TMC fight that has intensified and gone to a very, very intense level. Clashes that continue, highway that has been turned into a battlefield, and water cannons have been used to take the situation under control. The question being asked on whether there is excessive force that has been used on the ground. The police intercepted the protesters, the protest site where you saw several BJP workers clashing with the cops, and the Nabana Abhijan that is being conducted by the BJP against the TMC government has taken a violent turn all through the way, as several detentions were also seen by the Kolkata police, including BJP MP Lokit Chatterjee and Rahul Sinha, and Suvendu Adhikari, who is leading this march. But they've all the names that I mentioned, and of course Lokit Chatterjee and Rahul Sinha, who have been taken to the Lal Bazar police station in the city. BJP had organized a huge march towards Nabana in Howrah to protest against the TMC government's alleged corrupt practices. But now violent pictures that are coming in from the streets in West Bengal. We continue to get you the very latest and reactions also coming in at this point. We slip into a short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side with more.
At Amity, we believe students should have an all-round exposure. The Study Abroad program gives students the option to do 5 weeks or more at any of the Amity campuses across the world in cities like New York, San Francisco, London, Melbourne, Dubai, Singapore, etc. A truly unique opportunity only at Amity.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है.
Big victory for the Hindu side, because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Fogart's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है, बहुत अच्छे क्लूज़ भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Sonali Fogart case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है।
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with the money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying.
And a quick check of the headlines we're tracking at 4 p.m. this afternoon. Shocking use of force by Mamta's cops, but BJP roars Nabana Cholo. Complete mayhem in Bengal. Water cannons used, tear gas fired, protesters lathi charged and injured. Thousands have taken to the streets. Never seen like before scenes have unfolded in Bengal. But undeterred, BJP marches on even as Mamta unleashes force. Brute force used on protesters, but BJP says no stopping this people's movement. And Republic continues with its live coverage on the ground in the state of West Bengal, where unprecedented showdown has been witnessed as the fight between the BJP and the TMC has intensified. Excessive use of force is the question that is being asked, and most importantly, BJP leaders now complain of being manhandled. Those pictures of Swapandas Gupta, who says that they were protesting peacefully, but lathi charge was done, and he's also suffered with some minor cuts after he'd fallen down. Let's listen in to his account.
Our peaceful demonstration was approaching the old Howrah bridge. When it approached the place, first they fired water cannons. Immediately after that, they fired tear gas shells, and immediately after that, they used batons and they did a lathi charge. This led to a stampede. Everybody got caught in the stampede, and policemen, I was knocked over by what can be called probably a lathi blow. Could be a push. It could be a push. I've suffered some minor abrasions, cuts, and probably a little lathi blow. The point is, I fell down. It could have been worse. I could have been affected by the stampede, but my associate Vishwajit fell on me, and therefore what I was safe. And therefore, this is, to my mind, an unprovoked assault by the police on a peaceful demonstration with a political purpose, and it suggests that no dissent is going to be tolerated by this corrupt government by opposition parties, and this is just an indication of what is happening in West Bengal.
Shandeep now joining us live on the broadcast as he continues to get us the latest from the ground. Shandeep, this is what most of the BJP leaders and protesters continue to say, that they were holding a peaceful march, but things went out of control and excessive police force was used, and this could have gone worse. Several BJP leaders who've also been detained. What now? What is happening?
Actually, right now we are standing at the Howrah Maidan, which is the ground zero of another showdown between the police forces and the BJP workers and supporters. BJP State President Sukanto Majumdar, BJP State General Secretary Agnimitra Paul, BJP MP and another General Secretary Jyotirmoy Singh Mahato, and some other MLAs also were present here. They were leading a march which started from the Howrah railway station, and that march came forward to Howrah Court Mode, and there they addressed a rally. And after addressing the rally, the BJP leadership took this march towards this Howrah Maidan, and from this Howrah Maidan they were about to approach to Nabanno, which is the state headquarters, and I would like to inform you that Nabanno is max to max 3 kilometers away from this place. But from this point, I would like to show you, Wasim, my VJ will show you that just 100 meters away from here, there is a police barricading, and just at the other side of the barricade, there are water cannons. So Sukanto Majumdar and the procession led by him, they were stopped in front of that police barricade. And when they were not ready to move back, the police announced repeatedly to move them back, because yesterday a notification from a deputy commissioner ranked officer of this Howrah Police Commissionerate came to the surface, in which it was written that this rally, this program of BJP has been declared as illegal. So police was repeatedly announcing that they should move back and they should withdraw this gathering from here. They will not be allowed to move to Nabanno. But as after repeated announcements, the BJP supporters and workers were not ready to move back. So police started applying huge force, and water cannons was applied on the BJP supporters there. And not only that, we have saw that some stones and the pieces of bricks were being pelted towards the police forces, and at the same time stones and bricks were also pelted on the BJP president also. But that was not from the police end. BJP is alleging that the TMC supporters who were thronging on the roofs and terraces of the houses side by side standing here, they were pelting stones on the BJP president. And this place turned into a war zone between police and the BJP supporters when water cannons were being applied. But after the water cannon was being applied, BJP support and not only water cannons, tear gas shells were also applied here. So after that, BJP supporters were scattered from this area in a huge way. But the leadership who were present here, including Sukanto Majumdar, they started a sit-in protest here. This is the place where they started a sit-in protest, and almost for 1 hour or 45 minutes they were sitting here on the street demanding that they should be allowed to go and march towards Nabanno, because their reasoning is this, that they are organizing a peaceful march which has got no connection with any illegal activities. That's why police has got no right to declare it as illegal, but police was not ready to move them any further. So after 1 hour of sit-in protest, the police brought reinforcement here, and Sukanto Majumdar, Agnimitra Paul, Jyotirmoy Singh Mahato and all other BJP leaders who were organizing the sit-in protest were taken into prison van, and they have been now taken to the nearby Shibpur police station. Now you can see that the developments here, because as the situations has come to much normalcy, so the police is removing the barricades from here. We have shown you earlier also 3-tier barricades have been put up here. This is the first tier of the barricade. After this, you can see the second tier of the barricade here. This is the first tier. At the next level, the second tier barricade guardrails, and there you can see the silver color has been dug into the street to make it like a permanent structure. So this was almost impossible for the BJP supporters and workers to break through this barricade and go to the other side. And on the other side there, the water cannons were waiting to disperse the mob, to scatter the mob. And Just that happened after a few minutes of application of this water cannons. The mob was police officials of the Howrah police, they are taking stock of the situation. As the situation has come to normalcy, so the barricades are being removed, because this is one of the arterial roads which goes through one part of Howrah to another part of the city. So this road cannot be blocked for a lot more time. That's why, as the police is thinking that situation has come to a normalcy, they have started the process of removing the barricades from here. So the situation is much under control here. But the state BJP president Shukanto Mojumdar, the state BJP general secretaries like Jyotirmoy Mahato, Agnimitra Paul, and other like Lakshman Ghodui, Anupa, they have been prison van from here, and according to police, taken to the Shibpur police station, whether they have only detained and will be released a little later, or they have been arrested by police, but they are still in the Shibpur police station. And at the same time, Suvendu Adhikari, who was taken into the prison van, Suvendu Adhikari, Loket Chatterjee, Rahul Sinha, those other BJP leaders who were taken into the prison vans from other locations, they are also under the custody of the police still right now. So BJP's Nabanno Abhijan, as the administration decided, they will not let the BJP workers march towards Nabanno. You can see that here the march which reached this march led by Shukanto Mojumdar, because from this spot Nabanno is only maximum 3 kilometers away, 2.5 to 3 kilometers away. It's close to Nabanno, but as this was the closest point for BJP workers to reach towards Nabanno, so you can understand successful
Ishandev, they're getting us the latest from the ground, as Republic has its biggest team, getting you all the latest updates from various vantage points in the state of West Bengal, the protests that have completely gone out of control. BJP continues to claim that they had only been peaceful, but excessive force was used. And Sukanta Majumdar is now joining us on the phone line. Thank you for speaking to Republic. We're getting information that you were detained by the cops. Where are you at this point?
We are all inside the Shibpur PS. We have been arrested along with myself, our State General Secretary, as well as MP Purulia Jyotirmoy Singh Mahato, MLA and General Secretary Agnimitra Paul, MLA and State Secretary Lakshman Ghodui, Anup Shah, National Juba Morcha member, and as well as MLA, all these people, along with the Shomik Bhattacharya, the spokesperson, state spokesperson, all we have been arrested and detained in Shibpur Thana now.
But Mr. Majumdar, what had happened? You were protesting. The BJP continues to claim that they were protesting peacefully. But how did the cops behave with the protesters? How did it get out of control?
See, we were protesting peacefully. We are going towards Nabanno, and then police suddenly started using water cannon. Along with that, some bomb were thrown on the people, our people, and from the roof, the top of the buildings. They are throwing the stones as well as the bombs. The first time in the history of West Bengal, we have seen that the police is throwing the bomb towards the mob. And this is the situation, and not only that, police was firing the water cannon towards the electric wires, those are present there. Because in West Bengal, you will able to see all the electrical wires open and they are in the air, and they were just throwing the water towards the wires, and it was and we were under the risk of electric shock, and some accident may happen, could happen any time. So that was the situation. Then our the people, our people, the BJP people they were annoyed and they started the protesting against the police.
In fact, similar statements coming in from other BJP leaders also, that the situation could have really gone worse. And while some of them, including Swapan Das Gupta, who've received minor injuries, but it could have been a lot worse, and this is something that the police should have been responsible for. And let's also understand that the entire country is watching today. The BJP is expecting answers from the TMC government on their alleged corrupt practices, but no answers coming, and the government in power instructing the police force to take on the protesters, and such use of force. What do you have to say?
See, this was our simple demand, that we will go to the Nabanno and we will meet the Honorable CM to ask something. But the police, the TMC police, they have started the provoking us. Not only that, they have taken some action. Those could happen, the serious kind of those could occur serious kind of injuries to all the leaders. Even I have been injured. They pushed me with their rod, the metal rod. Those are present with the police officials, and they tried directly. They hit directly with the water cannon, and still now I am suffering from the neck pain, the shoulder pain. So this is the condition of the West Bengal, where the democracy is only present in the books and the pages of the books. Democracy is not even present in any road or any villages of the West Bengal.
This was going to be my exact next question to you, Mr. Majumdar, because not only is there a complete breakdown of law and order, but would you also term it undemocratic? The basic right that is being taken away of questioning the government, of seeking answers, because they are accountable to the people. And here is the opposition in the state that is holding a peaceful march, as is being claimed by the BJP, but of what is happening. Horrid pictures that are coming in from West Bengal.
This was a peaceful march. We are moving towards the Nabanno peacefully and democratically. And we have the right, as you have said rightly, that in democracy we have the right to ask the question. But police started firing water cannons and the bombs. That's why our workers become annoyed, and they started, and the police then started the lathi charge. So that is the way they are treating the opposition, the main opposition. And if you go see the agitation of the CPM, police remain mum. Even police official has been beaten in Bardhaman by the CPM workers, but police did nothing there. But in case of BJP, they were trying to massacre the things, and some accident may happen. And the most important thing is Mamata Banerjee, the CM, is out of the Kolkata. She is in the Midnapur district in Kharagpur. So this is the situation this is the actual reality of democracy in West Bengal.
Fact is, Mr. Majumdar, that even earlier on between the BJP and the TMC in the state of West Bengal, some ugly, unruly fights have been seen, absolutely out of order. But here, this is just inexplicable, and the TMC must answer. Is it that they're scared of the BJP? Because all the BJP is trying to do is asking them to be accountable. But in turn, such use of force, Mr. Majumdar, thank you for speaking to Republic this afternoon, and we'll continue to get more such accounts and what exactly is happening in the state of West Bengal on the ground. But for the moment, we slip into a very short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side.
In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं, तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से ये सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस।
अच्छे
जी सर्व खाप पंचायत जो हुई है सर्व जाति की, उसका बहुत ज़्यादा सरकार के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ा है।
आप क्या मानते हैं?
जी हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इसमें बहुत बड़े चेहरे उजागर होंगे अगर गोवा पुलिस ने सबूत नहीं मिटाए होंगे तो।
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Sonali Phogat case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है।
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with the money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad.
It is a mega showdown in West Bengal where BJP launched a march to Bengal's secretariat over corruption charges on TMC government. BJP workers from different parts of West Bengal marched towards the West Bengal State Secretariat in Nabana. Bengal police uses brute force against the BJP protesters taking part in the Nabana march. Tear gas used to disperse crowds while several workers, including women, were lathi-charged by the police. Several leaders were detained as well. The leader of opposition in West Bengal Assembly, Suvendu Adhikari, was detained during the BJP's protest march to State Secretariat Nabana. BJP MP Lokit Chatterjee and party leader Rahul Sinha were also detained and whisked away in a prison van. Clashes turned intense through the course of the protest. A BJP worker was seen injured and unattended through a barrage of lathi charges by the police. An ugly face-off was seen outside the Raniganj railway station as BJP workers were trying to leave for Kolkata. Another similar clash that was reported from Bolpur railway station as the police tried to prevent BJP workers from marching towards Kolkata. Water cannons were unleashed at the protesters as they pushed against the barricades set up by the police near Howrah. Protesters gathered in significant numbers in West Bengal. Leader of opposition in Bengal Assembly, Suvendu Adhikari, along with other leaders of the BJP, were detained by the police during the party's protest march to State Secretariat in Kolkata. The police have further taken several BJP workers in preventive custody, with the authorities having further placed
barricades on the paths to railway stations to prevent the workers from heading to Kolkata. Senior BJP leader Swapan Das Gupta was injured as a stampede broke out amid the protests, with the politician alleging an initial assault by the police that led to the peaceful demonstration turning violent. Protesters eventually engaged in the vandalization of a police vehicle in Kolkata, lighting the vehicle on fire after pelting stones at the vehicle as a part of the vandalization.
So we are right now at the ground zero of the showdown between the BJP workers and the Howrah City Police, the West Bengal Police here. This is just the place where we're standing at. Just half an hour ago, BJP State President Sukanto Majumdar along with the State General Secretaries like Jyotirmay Mahato and Agnimitra Paul were sitting here at this place. They were in a sit-in protest as police stopped them from marching towards Nobanno. And I would like to explain you that this road leads towards Nobanno, and the state headquarters, which is known as Nobanno, is just 3 kilometers away from this place. So this is the place we are standing in front of the barricade, and Sukanto Majumdar along with all other BJP leaders have been taken into the prison van. And as Sukanto Majumdar, you heard that Sukanto Majumdar was giving his reactions from the police detention, and he was saying that they all have been detained. We will come back with minute-to-minute updates regarding this, and just before that we will move into a short break, and after the break we are coming back.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabana March a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the police has declared 3 major rallies that are by the BJP top BJP leaders as illegal. In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं, तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से ये सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस। जी सर्व खाप पंचायत जो हुई है सर्व जाति की, उसका बहुत ज़्यादा सरकार के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ा है।
आप क्या मानते हैं?
जी, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इसमें बहुत बड़े चेहरे उजागर होंगे अगर गोवा पुलिस ने सबूत नहीं मिटाए होंगे तो।
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है। लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में यानी हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए उन्होंने मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Sonali Fogart case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है।
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with the money laundering case.
Viewers, top headlines at this hour. Bengal Chief Minister shows no tolerance for protests. Complete crackdown on protesters. Brutal use of forces as a BJP protest against Mamata government's corruption. Unprecedented protests, stored belting in Arson on streets. Police fire tear gas, resort to lathi charge. BJP alleges Mamata's corps initiated violence and pelted stones first. No one spared in police crackdown. Suvendu detained, Swapan Das Gupta and Sukanto injured. Largest coverage with the biggest on-ground crew presence. Republic Bangla leads the coverage. Viewers, we are live and breaking on Republic TV, and it's a mega protest, and this is the top story right now. Viewers, in fact, we are live and breaking unprecedented visuals coming in from West Bengal, where Mamata's corps have come down heavily and they have spared no one. Top BJP leaders have been detained. Protesters lathi charged, slapped, assaulted and injured. Ishan Dev is joining me for more. Ishan Dev, what's happening on ground right now?
Shivangi, exactly so, as you were saying that this was an unprecedented event in West Bengal because BJP has organized programs and marched towards Nabanno earlier also. But this time their BJP's Nabanno march has turned into such a phase that which West Bengal has not seen earlier, because BJP's Nabanno Abhijan we have seen by Yuva Morcha earlier also, before the assembly polls of West Bengal before 2001. At that time also there were many leaders of BJP coming from the central leadership. They were leading the rallies from several points, but that did not take this much gravity which this Nabanno Abhijan has taken today. And where we are standing right now, this is the Howrah Maidan, from where the BJP state president Sukanto Majumdar was leading the rally. Sukanto Majumdar actually started his procession from Howrah station itself. From Howrah station, with the procession he entered the Howrah city and held a street corner meeting with a huge gathering in front of the Howrah court, and from there Sukanto Majumdar led the procession towards this point. This was Howrah Maidan, and from here just 3 kilometers away is Nabanno, the state headquarters. He was about to approach towards there, but there was a 3-tier barricade put forward in the way of the BJP's procession, and that barricade was not possible for BJP workers to be broken, because that was a mammoth 3-tier barricade, and behind the barricade there was water cannons. But the allegations which are coming in a huge way right now, Sukanto Majumdar, as he on live said that TMC workers were pelting stones on them, and he has brought a very big allegation that crude bombs were being hurled also. So what has actually happened, that is yet to be probed. But Sukanto Majumdar has brought in this big allegation, and now another central BJP leader who is the co-in charge for West Bengal BJP, Amit Malviya, he has also tweeted that BJP was ready to march completely peacefully. BJP was prepared to make this program peaceful, but it was TMC who sent their cadres to make it to breach the peace, and the TMC workers were pelting stones towards police to deteriorate the situation. This is the allegations being made by the BJP leadership right now. So Shukanto Majumdar, who has brought a very big allegation that crude bombs were being hurled, and we have also seen that some stones and pieces of bricks were being hurled towards him also. We don't know from which end that pieces of stones were being pelted, but the scenes of stone peltings have happened in front of our camera, and the national leadership of BJP is now also saying that TMC has sent their cadres to break the peace and to make the situation deteriorate so that they can malign BJP, showing those pictures. So the situation is coming to normalcy right now, and the deployment, huge police deployment which was being done here, that is being withdrawn gradually.
All right, Ishandeb, hold on for a second, because I want our viewers to understand what is happening there. We're getting you all the visuals from Howrah, where there is a BJP rally against the TMC government, where they have BJP is alleged about the corrupt practices of the government, and also the most dramatic scenes have been playing out since morning. Republic getting you the top updates. Right now, let's have a look and listen in to what the BJP state president Shukanto Majumdar had to say.
देखिए, हमारी मकसद मांग है कि जिस तरीके से एक के बाद एक मिनिस्टर और तृणमूल के नेता के पास से बहुत सारे इलीगल प्रॉपर्टीज पैसा मिल रहा है, ये जनता का पैसा है और उसको लौटाना है जनता को। इसके लिए सरकार को अपने पद को छोड़ के फिर से इलेक्शन में जाना चाहिए। हम डिमांड कर रहे हैं आवर सीएम शुड रिजाइन फ्रॉम हर पोस्ट। उनका कोई मोरल अभी अधिकार नहीं है, राइट नहीं है कि वो अपने पद पर बने रहे।
क्या कुछ रहेगा आपकी तरफ से? आगे जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, वाटर कैनन का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, हवाई फायरिंग हो रही है, पटाखे फोड़े जा रहे हैं, किस तरीके से आप आज?
देखिए, हम यहाँ पे सीट इन डेमोस्ट्रेशन में बैठ गए, बट यहाँ पे हमारा डेमोस्ट्रेशन चलेगा। और पश्चिम बंगाल की जो पुलिस है वो ममता बनर्जी की इशारे पे ऐसा काम कर रही है। ममता बनर्जी डर रही है बीजेपी से। लाखों की संख्या में लोग यहाँ पे आए थे एक ही जगह पे, आप सोचिए तो बाकी सारे जगह का मिला पे क्या होगा। कल से इनका चल रहा है हर एक स्टेशन में घुसकर हमारे कार्यकर्ता को मारना, पीटना, उसका टिकट चेक करना। आप दिखाइए भारत के संविधान में पुलिस को कौन से जगह में ये अधिकार दिया गया है कि वो जनता का टिकट चेक करेगा? ये तो रेलवे का जुरिस्डिक्शन है। टीटी शुड चेक द टिकट्स। पुलिस टिकट चेक कर रहा है, पुलिस लोगों को ट्रेन से निकाल रहा है, बस से निकाल रहा है। ये पुलिस का काम है क्या?
कुछ कार्यकर्ताओं के सिर में खून निकला है, किस तरीके का बर्ताव?
पुलिस ऊपर में पुलिस बैठा के रखा है। देखिए, हर चांद में वहां से बम और ढेला पत्थर फेंक रहा है पुलिस के ऊपर बम मारने का निदान तृणमूल कांग्रेस के नेता देते हैं, और पुलिस वही निदान हमारे ऊपर बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता के ऊपर बम फेंक रहा है।
4000 पुलिस तैनात की गई, आखिर डर किस बात का लग रहा है?
ममता बनर्जी का जनता का डर है, और जनता बीजेपी के साथ है। बीजेपी के साथ जनता आगे बढ़ेगी और इस सरकार को उखाड़ के फेंकेगी।
नॉर्थ कोरिया जैसा माहौल बन गया है, डर का माहौल बन गया है पश्चिम बंगाल में।
नॉर्थ कोरिया जैसा ही माहौल बन गया है। अब देखेंगे, ऐसे बैरिकेड लगाया गया है, ऐसा बैरिकेड साउथ कोरिया नॉर्थ कोरिया के बीच में होता है, और ये नो मैन्स लैंड है। आप जाएंगे वहाँ पे जो माइंस है वो फटती है, और यहाँ पे पुलिस माइंस फटा रही है। यहाँ पे
एक दिन का क्या, ये एक दिन का प्रदर्शन है आपकी तरफ से, बीजेपी की तरफ से? एक दिन का है ना?
आज का ही प्रदर्शन है। आगे आने वाले समय में हम हमारा जो आगे आने वाला पॉलिटिकल एक्टिविटीज है वो घोषित करेंगे।
नाराजगी आखिर लगातार क्यों बढ़ती जा रही है? मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी
चोर है सारे। इतने दिनों तक जनता इनको सह रही है, यही ज्यादा। अभी टीवी में ममता बनर्जी का फोटो आने से, वीडियो आने से लोग चैनल चेंज कर देते हैं। कोई पसंद नहीं करता। जोर जबरदस्ती से और जिहादी ताकतों की वजह से ये अपने क्षमता में बना हुआ है।
चारों तरफ बैरिकेड से क्या अमूमन और दिन भी होती है, या आज बीजेपी कार्यकर्ताओं को रोकने के लिए की गई है?
बहुत सारे बैरिकेड लगाए गए हैं, हर स्टेशन में उनको निकाला गया है। जितने बाधाएं संभव है सारे बाधाएं दिया गया है, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का इस अभियान को विफल करने का कोशिश किया गया। लेकिन कितने हजारों में संख्या में जनता आया, आप देखिए, खुद देखे, कैमरा में दिखाइए कितने लोग आए। इसके बाद ये 30% जनता है जो आ पाई है, 70% जनता घर लौट गई है। पुलिस पकड़ के घर के छोर को आई है।
क्या संदेश
यहाँ पे
आज रात का क्या प्लान है? आज पूरे
demonstrating here against the Mamata Banerjee's government. Okay, we will sit here for indefinite time, and
So we were listening to the state BJP President Shukanto Majumdar. He was saying that they were leading a peaceful march towards Nabanno, and why did the police use so much force against? Why did the police apply so much of force against them? They don't know, and they are accusing the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. They are Banerjee, who is afraid of the opposition, and that's why they have deployed this huge amount of police and applied so much of force unnecessarily. So we are going to bring you the tense political debate which has erupted around this Nabanno Abhijan of BJP. But before that, we are moving into a short break right now.
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with a money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabana March a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the police has declared 3 major rallies that are by the BJP or top BJP leaders as illegal. In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं, तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से ये सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस। जी सर्व खाप पंचायत जो हुई है सर्व जाति की, उसका बहुत ज़्यादा सरकार के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ा है।
आप क्या मानते हैं?
जी, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इसमें बहुत बड़े चेहरे उजागर होंगे अगर गोवा पुलिस ने सबूत नहीं मिटाए होंगे तो।
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's death case, Goa Chief Minister.
For this year's 3rd edition of the Ram Jethmalani Memorial Series, the topic we have chosen is, has the need for a uniform civil code become an imperative today? The hijab issue, the nikah halala issue, the triple talaq issue, they've all suddenly landed up in the Supreme Court as with constitutional challenges. Had there been a UCC, perhaps these issues would have been ironed out. The speakers are both distinguished, very learned, they're well known, and this edition of the memorial lecture would make for extremely compelling viewing.
Watch the unmissable Ram Jethmalani Memorial Lecture on September 17th, only on Republic TV.
injured. Sir, कैसे हुआ सर? सर इंजरी कैसे लगा सर?
बड़ा पाथर मेरे से बड़ा पाथर
पत्थर से लगा सर. अभी a police officer was injured, and now again another police officer is now injured in this stones. But Kishalai, I would like to tell you, this is a battlefield, and continuous sword fighting is on. We are trying to show as much as we can. We are trying to show you 360-degree visual of this entire situation.
Viewers, we are live and breaking the big story from West Bengal. The BJP Nabadna rally, cops are injured. Also, police vans set ablaze amid face-off, and many BJP workers detained and injured. We get you all the updates. Stay tuned. Much more coming up on the other side.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Foghat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में यानी हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है. बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए. तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं.
Sonali Foghat case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है.
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है.
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with the money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी.
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा.
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabana March a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the police has declared 3 major rallies that are by the BJP or top BJP leaders as illegal. In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Foghat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था. प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे. प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं. तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस. जी 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 सर्व खाप पंचायत जो हुई है सर्व जाति की, उसका बहुत ज़्यादा सरकार के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ा है।
आप क्या मानते हैं?
जी, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इसमें बहुत बड़े चेहरे उजागर होंगे अगर गोवा पुलिस ने सबूत नहीं मिटाए होंगे तो।
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में यानी हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज़ भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनके बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए उन्होंने मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Viewers, updates coming in from the national capital now as Delhi bus deal puts the Aam Aadmi Party government under the scanner. There's a claim the Delhi government violated the CVC guidelines. The report says a violation in 1,000 low-floor bus deal. Big news coming in on this report that the deviations were approved by Delhi minister, and this is in regard with the DTC bus scam. Remember that the Delhi Lieutenant Governor VK Saxena approved a request for a Central Bureau of Investigation into the purchase of 1,000 low-floor buses by the Delhi government. That request was made by Naresh Kumar, the Chief Secretary, on the basis of a complaint received back in June. But what Republic has got, we have access to a report, and in that report, viewers, there's a claim, and a very, a claim which will put the Aam Aadmi Party government on the radar, that Delhi government violated CVC guidelines. A report saying that the violation is in 1,000 low-floor bus deal. Much more coming up on the other side. We continue to be live and breaking and get you the latest updates from across India.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में यानी हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज़ भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनके बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए उन्होंने मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Sonali Phogat case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है।
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with the money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs, Catherine Colonna, will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabana March a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal.
Viewers, NCPCR has written to the ECI against requesting action against Rahul Gandhi, request to initiate necessary action and inquiry in the complaint against Indian National Congress. Its member Rahul Gandhi and the Jawahar Bal Manch for misusing children as political tools. It's not been even a week since the Congress party launched its Bharat Joro Yatra, and the party has courted another controversy. On that note, let's take a very short break. Much more coming up on the other side. We continue to stay live and breaking on Republic TV.
In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं, तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस। जी सर्व खाप पंचायत जो हुई है सर्व जाति की, उसका बहुत ज़्यादा सरकार के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ा है।
आप क्या मानते हैं?
जी, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इसमें बहुत बड़े चेहरे उजागर होंगे अगर गोवा पुलिस ने सबूत नहीं मिटाए होंगे तो।
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Sonali Phogat case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है।
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with the money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabana March a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the police has declared 3 major rallies that are by the BJP or top BJP leaders as illegal. In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali.
Bengal Chief Minister shows no tolerance for protests. Complete crackdown on protesters. Brutal use of force as BJP protests against Mamata government's corruption in Bengal. Unprecedented protests, stone pelting and arson on streets. Police fire tear gas, resort to lathi charge. BJP alleges Mamata's cops initiated violence and pelted stones first. No one spared in police crackdown. Suvendu retains Swapan Das Gupta and Sukanto injured. Largest coverage with biggest on-ground crew presence. Republic Bangla leads the coverage. All right, we have been bringing to you live coverage of unprecedented showdown happening between BJP and the Bengal government across the state, even as Mamata Banerjee herself, the Chief Minister, is not in Kolkata. But we have seen pictures coming in from the capital as also across the state of clashes happening essentially between BJP workers and cadres with police on the other side. We have seen pictures of tear gas shelling, lathi charge, and the BJP protesters also in many instances indulging in violence. Let's go to Shawan Sen from our Delhi studios and try to understand some detail as to what's really happening on the ground now. Shawan, we have seen these pictures coming in of clashes taking place between BJP-led protesters and police essentially in Bengal because the Mamata government did not want these protests and rallies to happen and in fact had not given permission for those to happen. And despite that, the BJP went ahead, leading to the kind of clashes we are seeing.
Well, in fact, there are allegations and counter-allegations. So what we'll try and do for all our viewers who are tuning in right now to understand what's transpired over the last few hours, as Abhishek was pointing out, undoubtedly this is largely being viewed as an unprecedented showdown between both the parties. Now, after the Bengal elections, what we have seen that this kind of support or this kind of protests out on the streets right now. On the one side, the Bharatiya Janata Party is essentially saying that this is trampling of democracy, given the fact that this was a peaceful protest that they wanted to carry out to essentially highlight the current situation in the state of Bengal, particularly to do with the corruption allegations that have been leveled against the Trinamool government, starting from the SSCA recruitment scam and thereafter also in the coal and cattle smuggling scam. We have seen the kind of arrests that have taken place. The Bharatiya Janata Party essentially wanting to highlight the very fact that you have had senior ministers of the Trinamool government taken into custody by the central agencies, highlighting the fact that corruption is one of the biggest talking point in the state of West Bengal. Now, what's really happened? BJP essentially seeking permission from the West Bengal government for going to Nabarno, which happens to be the seat of power in the state of West Bengal. On the other hand, there was no such permission that was granted by the West Bengal police, essentially saying that it is a sensitive zone. The fact that every state secretariat, not just West Bengal, be it in any other state, would have the same sort of restrictions. But having said that, the West Bengal BJP unit essentially saying that they wanted to carry on with the protest. Thereafter, remember, most of the BJP workers were basically ferried in about 7 trains, and the showdown largely being concentrated in and around Kolkata, but there are several other districts in the state of West Bengal, be it in Birbhum or for that matter even in Durgapur, places where we have seen the kind of clashes that have taken place between Trinamool Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party. What has essentially happened in the last few hours is that top BJP leaders, be it Shopan Das Gupta or for that matter Shukanto Majumdar, several others who've also been injured in those clashes. Now, what are the allegations that have been leveled by the Bharatiya Janata Party? BJP Bengal chief coming on record saying that crude bombs were hurled at them. Not just that, stone pelting was indulged. And who was really behind it? West Bengal BJP essentially claiming that the Trinamool Congress workers were behind it. Now, let's take a look at what the Trinamool Congress is essentially saying at this point in time. TMC essentially says that this was yet another attempt that has been made by the BJP Bengal unit to try and spoil the law and order situation in the state. And not just that, there are false allegations that have been leveled. In fact, if I can just quickly take you through some of the allegations that have been leveled. In fact, just a short while back, we saw a tweet that was put out by the All India Trinamool Congress where they're raising question about the fact that there were certain BJP karyakartas who were carrying lathis along with them. Now, that's an allegation that has been leveled by the Trinamool Congress. The BJP, on the other hand, a short while back, BJP state in charge Amit Malviya, who's also made a sensational allegation where he says that BJP workers were pelted stones at by the police. The police was also involved. In fact, these are all allegations that have been leveled. There is very, difficult at this point in time to confirm any of these allegations that have been leveled. There are several of the BJP workers who have also been detained. So this is a wrap up of all that has happened all this while. In fact, a short while back, there was also reports that were coming in that Trinamool Congress workers were also planning to take out a march. We are yet to get a confirmation from Bengal reporters as far as where is it going to take place and when is it scheduled. Perhaps in a short while from now, we could go back to our reporters on the ground to get you a sense.
Well, thank you, Shawan, for that fantastic roundup of events of the day in Bengal. In fact, entire top leadership of the BJP is either detained or injured and taken off from the protest sites, including Suvendu, Adhikari, Shukanto Majumdar, and of course, we saw pictures of Shopan Das Gupta injured, other leaders as well. Let's listen into some of these some of the reactions and sound bites that have come from protests, including from the BJP and TMC from Bengal.
नहीं है, इसलिए जैसे नॉर्थ कोरिया में करता है तानाशाही, इस तरीके से बंगाल में भी तानाशाही कर रहा है। इस तरीके से जैसे ऑपोजिशन को रोका जाए। पुलिस का एटीट्यूड बहुत खराब है। जो पुलिस काल से आज तक ये सब काम किया उसको भुगतना पड़ेगा। बीजेपी आ रहा है, बीजेपी को कोई रोक नहीं सकता।
देखिए, हमारी मकसद मांग है कि जिस तरीके से एक के बाद एक मिनिस्टर और तृणमूल के नेता के पास से बहुत सारे इलीगल प्रॉपर्टीज, पैसा मिल रहा है, ये जनता का पैसा है और उसको लौटाना है जनता को। इसके लिए सरकार को अपने पद को छोड़ के फिर से इलेक्शन में जाना चाहिए। हम डिमांड कर रहे हैं आवर सीएम शुड रिजाइन फ्रॉम हर पोस्ट। उनका कोई मोरल अभी अधिकार नहीं है, राइट नहीं है कि वो अपने पद पर बने रहे।
क्या कुछ रहेगा आपकी तरफ से? आगे जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, वाटर कैनिंग का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, हवाई फायरिंग हो रही है, पटाखे फोड़े जा रहे हैं, किस तरीके से आप आज?
देखिए, हम यहाँ पे सीट इन डेमोस्ट्रेशन में बैठ गए, बट यहाँ पे हमारा डेमोस्ट्रेशन चलेगा और पश्चिम बंगाल की जो पुलिस है वो ममता बनर्जी की इशारे पे ऐसा काम कर रही है। ममता बनर्जी डर रही है बीजेपी से। लाखों की संख्या में लोग यहाँ पे आए थे एक ही जगह पे, आप सोचिए तो बाकी सारे जगह का मिला पे क्या होगा। कल से इनका चल रहा है हर एक स्टेशन में घुसकर हमारे कार्यकर्ता को मारना, पीटना, उसका टिकट चेक करना। आप दिखाइए भारत के संविधान में पुलिस को कौन से जगह में ये अधिकार दिया गया है कि वो जनता का टिकट चेक करेगा? ये तो रेलवे का जुरिस्डिक्शन है। टीटी शुड चेक द टिकट्स। पुलिस टिकट चेक कर रहा है, पुलिस लोगों को ट्रेन से निकाल रहा है, बस से निकाल रहा है। ये पुलिस का काम है क्या?
कुछ कार्यकर्ताओं के सिर में खून निकला है, किस तरीके का बर्ताव?
पुलिस ऊपर में पुलिस बैठा के रखा है। देखिए हर चांद में वहां से बम और ढेला पत्थर फेंक रहा है पुलिस के ऊपर बम मारने का निदान तृणमूल कांग्रेस के नेता देते हैं और पुलिस वही निदान हमारे ऊपर, बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता के ऊपर बम फेंक रहा है।
4000 पुलिस तैनात की गई, आखिर डर किस बात का लग रहा है ममता से?
ममता बनर्जी का जनता का डर है और जनता बीजेपी के साथ है। बीजेपी के साथ जनता आगे बढ़ेगी और इस सरकार को उखाड़ के फेंकेगी।
नॉर्थ कोरिया जैसा माहौल बन गया है, डर का माहौल बन गया है पश्चिम बंगाल में।
नॉर्थ कोरिया जैसा ही माहौल बन गया है। आप देखेंगे ऐसे बैरिकेड लगाया गया है, ऐसा बैरिकेड साउथ कोरिया नॉर्थ कोरिया के बीच में होता है और ये नो मैन्स लैंड है। आप जाएंगे वहाँ पे जो माइंस है वो फटती है और यहाँ पे पुलिस माइंस फटा रही है। यहाँ पे
एक दिन का क्या, ये एक दिन का प्रदर्शन है आपकी तरफ से, बीजेपी की तरफ से? एक दिन का है ना?
आज का ही प्रदर्शन है। आगे आने वाले समय में हम हमारा जो आगे आने वाला पॉलिटिकल एक्टिविटीज है वो घोषित करेंगे।
नाराजगी आखिर लगातार क्यों बढ़ती जा रही है मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी?
चोर है सारे, इतने दिनों तक जनता इनको सह रही है। यही ज्यादा अभी टीवी में ममता बनर्जी का फोटो आने से, वीडियो आने से लोग चैनल चेंज कर देते हैं। कोई पसंद नहीं करता। जोर जबरदस्ती से और जिहादी ताकतों की वजह से ये अपने क्षमता में बना हुआ है।
चारों तरफ बैरिकेड से क्या अमूमन और दिन भी होती है या आज बीजेपी कार्यकर्ताओं को रोकने के लिए की गई है?
बहुत सारे बैरिकेड लगाए गए हैं, हर स्टेशन में उनको निकाला गया है। जितने बाधाएं संभव है सारे बाधाएं दिया गया है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का इस अभियान को विफल करने का कोशिश किया गया। लेकिन कितने हजारों में संख्या में जनता आया, आप देखिए, खुद देखे, कैमरा में दिखाइए कितने लोग आए। इसके बाद ये 30% जनता है जो आ पाई है, 70% जनता घर लौट गई है, पुलिस पकड़ के घर के छोड़ को आई है।
क्या संदेश
यहाँ पे
आज रात का क्या प्लान है? आज पूरे
demonstrating here against the Mamata Banerjee's government. Okay, we will sit here for indefinite time and we will discuss it along with our leaders and we will announce it.
से निकाल रहे थे जिनको परेशानी हो रही थी।
बहुत जगह में रूट बंद कर दिया गया है, क्या कब तक?
बहुत जगह नहीं बंद किया है, যেখানে আমাদের ল অ্যান্ড অর্ডার হওয়ার বা গাড়ি ফাড়ি ভাঙচুর হওয়ার এই আছে শুধু ওই জায়গায় বন্ধ করা আছে আর বাকি সব জায়গা খোলা আছে।
अभी कंट्रोल है सारी जगह में?
हाँ हाँ, सब जगह कंट्रोल में है।
अभी क्या कहीं पे ऐसा कुछ माहौल को खराब है, सिचुएशन का?
नहीं, हम लोग पूरा मुस्तैद हैं, कहीं पे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगा।
बैरिकेडिंग किया गया आपके जोन में?
सिर्फ ब्रिजेस पे है, सेकंड हुगली ब्रिज पे है और हावड़ा ब्रिज पे है। बाकी डाइवर्जन पॉइंट है, यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रेशर है इसलिए टेम्परेरीली यहाँ पे थोड़ी देर पहले लगाया हुआ है डाइवर्जन के लिए। वो ज्यादा से ज्यादा आधा घंटा में खुल जाएगा।
Trinankut Bhattacharya of the Trinamool joins us over the phone. Mr. Bhattacharya, the kind of cop-out we are seeing in Bengal, almost giving an impression as if there is some kind of an emergency. The entire top leadership of the BJP really picked up. What's this sense of fear in the government if some protests really take place? I mean, are you adding to the scale of the protests by making this kind of cop-out?
Actually, BJP came here to create nuisance and they tried to disrupt the police and the administration. So thus police did his part and the Mamata Banerjee's government is quite reliable and The police done his job. It's an administrative issue. None of us can comment on it.
Mr. Bhattacharya, the police would have obviously done its job based on the instructions from its top brass and in turn from the government. But, you know, the land of Bengal is not new to protests. Trinamool itself is a product of street protests led by Mamata Banerjee when she was leading from the front the opposition in Bengal against the left. So I think letting protests happen is really healthy for democracy, and if the BJP really wanted to make a point, they could have been allowed to do that, sir.
We believe in democracy. Thus, BJP leaders came in Bengal and they can do their rallies. But in Tripura, whenever Abhishek Banerjee and Trinamool party leaders went, they done a various nuisance. You know each and everything, and I believe that the Trinamool party and government is two different things, and it is a purely administrative issue. The police done the things about all the information they got, and as far I know, BJP tried to do nuisance, and they have tried to do something that will create injustice, and they will create some problem in the local issues. So it's a different thing, and I strongly believe police has done his part, and I must say the BJP leaders not to do such things that create disturbance in all over Bengal.
Mr. Bhattacharya, since you're basically raising the issue of Tripura, the fact that you are saying that the BJP hasn't allowed your party workers to carry on with protests in the state of Tripura, you are saying this is an eye for an eye. So if you are not allowed in Tripura, BJP will not be allowed in the state of West Bengal. But would you also like to comment on the fact that the police under you, there are visuals that have come into our newsrooms where we can see that whoever it is, be it the BJP or anyone else, after all a citizen of your state, was being mercilessly beaten up by the police. Will you or will your administration not take any action?
Do you know, in Tomlu, BJP supporters terrifiedly beaten at Trinamool Panchayat Pradhan? What's his problem? The BJP supporters all over Bengal tried to do media app, camera off. They are in different part of the state. They tried to create the disturbance. Actually, they don't have the moral support of the people. Actually, they don't have any proper strength in all over Bengal. And if you see the numbers of the total people came today in their rally is very, very small in terms of a state respect. Actually, in all over Bengal, they have lost all their images. The leaders who came in 2019 in Lok Sabha election, they have promised various things, but they did nothing. Thus, after the Vidhan Sabha election, the people of Bengal have full faith on Mamata Banerjee only. And the BJP is trying to create nuisance all over Bengal, and the people of Bengal understand it. Thus, the BJP is trying to create any political issue, but the people of Bengal are strong enough and decided they will throw this party from Bengal.
Right. Thank you so much, Trinamool Bhattacharya. They're putting across Trinamool's view on the events of Bengal that have unfolded today, with the clashes happening across the state between BJP cadres and the police, of course, because there was no permission, according to the state administration, to carry out those protest marches, not just in Kolkata, but beyond. On that note, we'll take a short break, and coming up, it's a mega showdown in West Bengal where BJP launched a march to Bengal Secretariat over corruption charges.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabana March a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the police has declared 3 major rallies that are by the BJP or top BJP leaders as illegal. In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं, तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से ये सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस। जी सर्व खाप पंचायत जो हुई है सर्व जाति की, उसका बहुत ज़्यादा सरकार के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ा है।
आप क्या मानते हैं?
जी, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इसमें बहुत बड़े चेहरे उजागर होंगे अगर गोवा पुलिस ने सबूत नहीं मिटाए होंगे तो।
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है। लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में यानी हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनकी बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए उन्होंने मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए, तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं।
Sonali Phogat case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है।
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with the money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabana March a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the police has declared 3 major rallies that are by the BJP or top BJP leaders as illegal. In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
Mega showdown in West Bengal where BJP launched a march to the Bengal Secretariat over corruption, but the Trinamool government there hit back with police deployment.
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with a money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabana March a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the police has declared 3 major rallies that are by the BJP or top BJP leaders as illegal. In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister Amit Shah seeking a probe by the CBI into the matter.
देखो, हमें ये प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली मर्डर लग रहा था और साथ में राजनीतिक मर्डर लग रहा था। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली हम लोगों ने खुद गोवा पुलिस के आने से पहले ही चेक कर लिए थे। प्रॉपर्टी और फाइनेंशियली दोनों चीज़ें सोनाली जी की सेफ हैं, तो ये पॉलिटिकल मर्डर ही है और इस वजह से ये सीबीआई को हैंडओवर नहीं कर रही थी गोवा पुलिस। जी सर्व खाप पंचायत जो हुई है सर्व जाति की, उसका बहुत ज़्यादा सरकार के ऊपर प्रभाव पड़ा है।
आप क्या मानते हैं?
जी, हमें पूरी उम्मीद है इसमें बहुत बड़े चेहरे उजागर होंगे अगर गोवा पुलिस ने सबूत नहीं मिटाए होंगे तो।
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
Rahul Gandhi has started his yatra all the way from Kanyakumari, has now reached Thiruvananthapuram.
ये काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर का 4 नंबर गेट है, लगातार सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर बढ़ती जा रही है।
Big victory for the Hindu side because the court has said that this particular petition by the Hindu side is maintainable.
case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है।
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है।
We're live and breaking, viewers. The headlines right now. Bengal Chief Minister shows no tolerance for protests. Complete crackdown on protesters.
কর্মী অসুস্থ হয়ে পড়েছেন মিনাদেবী পুরোহিত জল দিন আগে জল দিন
Brutal use of force as BJP protests against Mamata government's corruption. Unprecedented protests, stone belting in Arson on streets, police fire tear gas, resort to lathi charge. BJP alleges Mamata's corps initiated violence and pelted stones first. No one's spared in police crackdown. Suvendu detained, Sopan Das Gupta and Sukanto injured. Largest coverage with the biggest on-ground crew presence. Republic Bangla leads the coverage. Viewers, we're live and breaking. It's 5:30 p.m. and we are getting the top story from West Bengal. Unprecedented showdown unfolds in West Bengal where Mamata's corps came down heavily and spared no one. Top BJP leaders have been detained, protesters lathi charged, slapped, assaulted and injured. Complete mayhem in Bengal as Mamata's corps are unleashing a fearsome crackdown on a mega BJP protest which has seen everything since morning, from arson to vandalism to water cannons to tear gas to lathi charge to violence and stone pelting and overall ruckus in West Bengal. The BJP protesters who descended on Kolkata for a mega Nobonno Abhiyan rally were subjected to brutal crackdown with the Bengal police as they tried to move forward with their march against the West Bengal government and the alleged corrupt practices. In the visuals, you can see very clearly on your screen, viewers, emerging from the various protest sites in Howrah, the police were seen unleashing tear gas, water cannons and lathi charge on the protesters who are raising their voice against the alleged corrupt practices in the Mamata Banerjee-led government. Enormous standoffs have been seen between police and protesters, with many BJP workers seen injured and many BJP leaders even detained. By mid-afternoon, viewers, a short while ago, hundreds of BJP workers and several leaders, including Suvendu Adhikari, who was also part of the protest, were seen detained by the police, even as many others were visibly injured in the crackdown. Let's have a look at all the reactions coming in on this big story from West Bengal.
अभी हम लोग सेलेक्टिवली सेकंड हुगली ब्रिज से निकाल रहे थे जिनको परेशानी हो रही थी।
बहुत जगह में रूट बंद कर दिया गया है, क्या कब तक?
बहुत जगह नहीं बंद किया है, যেখানে আমাদের ল অ্যান্ড অর্ডার হওয়ার বা গাড়ি ফাড়ি ভাঙচুর হওয়ার এই আছে শুধু ওই জায়গায় বন্ধ করা আছে, আর বাকি সব জায়গা খোলা আছে।
अभी कंट्रोल है सारी जगह में?
हाँ हाँ, सब जगह कंट्रोल में है।
अभी क्या कहीं पे ऐसा कुछ माहौल तो खराब है, सिचुएशन का
नहीं, हम लोग पूरा मुस्तैद हैं, कहीं पे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगा। सिर्फ ब्रिजेस पे है, सेकंड हुगली ब्रिज पे है और हावड़ा ब्रिज पे है। बाकी डाइवर्जन पॉइंट है, यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रेशर है, इसलिए टेम्परेरीली यहाँ पे थोड़ी देर पहले लगाया हुआ है डाइवर्जन के लिए। वो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा एक आधा घंटा में खुल जाएगा।
देखिए, हमारी मकसद मांग है कि जिस तरीके से एक के बाद एक मिनिस्टर और तृणमूल के नेता के पास से बहुत सारे इलीगल प्रॉपर्टीज पैसा मिल रहा है, ये जनता का पैसा है और उसको लौटाना है जनता को। इसके लिए सरकार को अपने पद को छोड़ के फिर से इलेक्शन में जाना चाहिए। हम डिमांड कर रहे हैं आवर सीएम शुड रिजाइन फ्रॉम हर पोस्ट। उनका कोई मोरल अभी अधिकार नहीं है, राइट नहीं है कि वो अपने पद पर बने रहे।
क्या कुछ रहेगा आपकी तरफ से? आगे जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, वाटर कैनन का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, हवाई फायरिंग हो रही है, पटाखे फोड़े जा रहे हैं, किस तरीके से आप आज?
देखिए, हम यहाँ पे सीट इन डेमोस्ट्रेशन में बैठ गए, बट यहाँ पे हमारा डेमोस्ट्रेशन चलेगा और पश्चिम बंगाल की जो पुलिस है वो ममता बनर्जी की इशारे पे ऐसा काम कर रही है। ममता बनर्जी डर रही है बीजेपी से। लाखों की संख्या में लोग यहाँ पे आए थे, एक ही जगह पे आप सोचिए, तो बाकी सारे जगह का मिला पे क्या होगा। कल से इनका चल रहा है हर एक स्टेशन में घुसकर हमारे कार्यकर्ता को मारना, पीटना, उसका टिकट चेक करना। आप दिखाइए भारत के संविधान में पुलिस को कौन से जगह में ये अधिकार दिया गया है कि वो जनता का टिकट चेक करेगा। ये तो रेलवे का जुरिस्डिक्शन है। टीटी शुड चेक द टिकट्स। पुलिस टिकट चेक कर रहा है, पुलिस लोगों को ट्रेन से निकाल रहा है, बस से निकाल रहा है। ये पुलिस का काम है क्या?
कुछ कार्यकर्ताओं के सिर में खून निकला है, किस तरीके का बर्ताव?
पुलिस ऊपर में पुलिस बैठा के रखा है। देखिए हर चांद में वहां से बम और ढेला पत्थर फेंक रहा है पुलिस।
All right, viewers, some breaking updates coming in. Amit Malviya has just tweeted, NCW India should take note of how male police constables of Kolkata police brutally assaulted women protesters under instruction of West Bengal's Home Minister Mamta Banerjee. Commissioner of Kolkata should be asked to explain why the force did not follow appropriate protocol. So this is the tweet which is coming in from Amit Malviya, where he's asking NCW India to take note of how the male constables, remember that there were a lot of police on ground, a lot of people were injured, but here what he's saying is that male police constables of Kolkata police had assaulted women protesters. I repeat, male constables had assaulted women protesters under instruction of the West Bengal Home Minister Mamta Banerjee. That's a tweet. And Commissioner of Kolkata should be asked to explain why the force did not follow the appropriate protocol. All right, I'm being joined by Rekha Sharma, NCW President. There is a request given to you, ma'am, Ms. Sharma, about how male police constables had assaulted these women protesters. What course of action do you plan to take in this matter? Rekha Sharma.
I just saw those tweets from different people who are tagging us, and this has become West Bengal's police culture, that they have been beating women of political parties. So we are again taking a suo motu, which I think we are every month taking a suo motu on West Bengal because of the atrocity of the police on women. And we are sending this to the DGP and the Commissioner of Police, Calcutta. If required, I may send a team also. Let me first wait for the reply of the DGP, and accordingly I'll take decision on that.
Right. But isn't it a little bit shocking that male constables were handling women protesters? Rekha Sharma, that is what's very shocking right now. And sometime back, we also reported Republic TV that the ex-deputy mayor of Kolkata, Meena Devi Purohit, was injured as well. So this is definitely something which requires a lot of attention, Ms. Sharma.
It's not the first time it happened. It's been happening again and again. And we have been watching it and writing to, in fact, whenever I go meet police officials of West Bengal, I take up these matters. Few times I have also written to the CM, but I think nothing moves. And whatever this happened, the CM must be aware of these things. Because without her ordering, nothing happens in West Bengal. So if a CM, a woman CM of the state, see all this and don't take action, it is really shocking and sad.
Right. And Rekha Sharma, NCW chairperson who is with us right now, she's saying, let me tell our viewers that they might send a team to Bengal after this tweet by Amit Malviya. One more question, Rekha Sharma, ma'am, just one more question. What is a correct protocol which should have been followed in this case, Ms. Sharma? All right, Rekha Sharma, NCW chairperson, was with us on Republic TV, where she said that she has taken note of how the male police constables of Kolkata police brutally assaulted women protesters under instruction of the West Bengal's Home Minister Mamta Banerjee. That's a tweet by Amit Malviya. Amit Malviya had tagged NCW India, and we were speaking the first reaction coming on Republic TV of the NCW President Rekha Sharma, where she said that she is going to ask for a report from the police there, and after that they might send a team to West Bengal to understand what really happened, because Amit Malviya has said that many male police constables brutally assaulted women protesters, and he's also going on to say that this happened under instruction of Mamata Banerjee, and he has asked the Commissioner of Kolkata should be asked to explain why the force didn't follow appropriate protocol. All right, viewers, so we are in fact tracking every update, getting to the fastest updates on this big story coming from West Bengal, where we have got our best reporters on ground in Republic Bangladesh leading the coverage from there, where we are showing you every angle and every visual coming in from West Bengal. Viewers, we've been tracking this story since morning, and what we can tell you so far is that dramatic scenes have been unfolding in West Bengal as BJP took its Nobanno march. All right, we're joined by Shishir Bajoria of the BJP. Thank you for joining us here. This is the big story we're tracking right now, and the big breaking news coming in. Amit Malviya has tweeted that how police constables, male police constables, Mr. Bajoria, had brutally assaulted women protesters there. What is your reaction coming in, and can you tell us a little bit more about what exactly happened there and these allegations which have come from Amit Malviya and from the BJP?
Madam, this is nothing new. What you have showed on your TV screen is the most done thing in West Bengal. Whenever a party like BJP does any protest, male police members who cops are used to rough up our women, to actually one could even call them that roughing up as tantamount to molesting them. That is what happens. This is a regular feature, and what you have shown is an expose of sorts in today. Today we saw another situation where the leader of the opposition, there was a female cop trying to provoke him, and when he screamed that why are you touching me, that was a trap being laid out that the female cop would allege that the leader of the opposition molested her. This is normal. This is not a police force. This is the Trinamool cadre wearing police uniform.
All right. Okay, thank you, Shishir Bajoria of the BJP there on Republic TV, telling us and sharing that this is not the first time that something like this happened, that male constables have roughed up women protesters. And this is the top story we are tracking right now, where male cops have beat up women there. The BJP is alleging that. On the other hand, arson continues in East Midnapur. Right side of the screen, you can see those visuals coming in where, in fact, some vehicles have also been set on fire. We continue to be live and breaking and get to the top updates from the protest in West Bengal.
Responding to the approval of CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's death case, Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said that the Goa police will hand over the investigation to the CBI and cooperate with the investigation.
हमें उस केस में हमारे पुलिस के ऊपर पूरा भरोसा है और डेफिनेटली दे बहुत अच्छी तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है. बहुत अच्छे क्लूज भी उनको मिले हैं, लेकिन लोगों के डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए और उनके बेटी की कंटिन्यूसली डिमांड ध्यान में रखते हुए मैंने प्रेस मीडिया में भी बाकी भी मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो सीबीआई के पास दे देना चाहिए. तो फिर आज हम वो केस सीबीआई के पास दे रहे हैं.
Sonali Phogat case, state government has decided to hand over the case to Central Bureau of Investigation.
जैसे जैसे यहाँ पर वक्त बढ़ता जा रहा है, हलचल वाराणसी कोर्ट के बाहर बहुत तेज होती जा रही है.
उत्तर प्रदेश के सभी 75 जिलों को आज आने वाले फैसले को लेकर के अलर्ट पर रखा गया है.
Roundup of news and brief from across the country. TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee's sister-in-law was grilled by the Enforcement Directorate for 7 hours in connection with the money laundering case. She was stopped at the Kolkata airport after she allegedly tried to travel abroad. France Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs Catherine Colonna will be on a 3-day visit to India, during which she will hold talks with her counterpart S. Jaishankar on bilateral, regional and international issues of mutual interest.
बड़ा फैसला ज्ञानवापी को लेकर सामने आया है, यानी इस पूरे विवाद पर सुनवाई जारी रहेगी।
मुस्लिम पक्ष अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर हाई कोर्ट का रुख करेगा।
People who are coming here to offer prayers are saying that very soon their sentiments would be respected and a grand temple would be constructed.
Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal will chair a key meet of the Board of Trade to discuss ways to bolster country's exports today. A special court is set to hear Satyendra Jain's bail plea today. Delhi Cabinet Minister Satyendra Jain is in the dock in graft charges. As BJP is gearing up for making its Nabana March a success, a massive row between the BJP and TMC has erupted in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the police has declared 3 major rallies that are by the BJP top BJP leaders as illegal. In a big development, the Ministry of Home Affairs has recommended CBI probe into Sonali Phogat's murder case. The MHA's move comes after Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant wrote to Union Home Minister.
Top updates right now. It's a mega showdown in West Bengal where BJP launched a march to Bengal Secretariat over corruption charges on TMC government. BJP workers from different parts of West Bengal marched toward the West Bengal State Secretariat in Nabonno. Bengal police used brute force against BJP protesters taking part in the Nabonno march. Tear gas used to disperse crowd, while several workers, including women, were lathi charged by the police. Many leaders detained as well.
আমরা ছবি দেখাচ্ছি, ভিডিও মোহিত দেখাচ্ছে এই মুহূর্তে
Several BJP leaders were detained during the BJP's protest march to State Secretariat Nabonno. BJP MP Locket Chatterjee and party leader Rahul Sinha were also detained and whisked away in a prison van. As clashes grew intense through the course of the protest, a BJP worker was seen injured and unattended following a barrage of lathi charges by the police. An ugly face-off was seen outside the Raniganj railway station as BJP workers were trying to leave for Kolkata. Another similar clash was also reported from the Bolpur railway station as police tried to prevent BJP workers from marching to Kolkata. Water cannons were unleashed at the protesters as they pushed against a barricade set up by the police near Howrah as protesters gathered in significant numbers in West Bengal. Leader of opposition in Bengal Assembly, Suvendu Adhikari, along with other leaders of the BJP, were detained by police during party's protest march to State Secretariat in Kolkata. The police have further taken several BJP workers in preventive custody, with the authorities having further placed barricades on the path to railway stations to prevent the workers from heading to Kolkata. Senior BJP leader Swapan Das Gupta was injured as a stampede broke out amidst the protesters and the protests, with the politician alleging an assault by the police that led to the peaceful demonstration turning violent. The protesters eventually engaged in vandalization of a police vehicle in Kolkata, lighting the vehicle on fire after pelting stones at the vehicle as part of the vandalization.